that this has become the battleground is just a depressing sign of where we're at. I would say, though, that I disagree with it being necessarily a smart move politically, because I think that the signal that it is sending to particularly people who care about social issues and have championed them, particularly issues like going against homophobia and transphobia and sexism and racism. These are issues that have really been vocalised and championed by young Australians in particular, not exclusively. And we've had multiple people write into the show this week, the podcast, saying that they feel uninspired by both political leaders following this saga that unfolded. I think that one of the criticisms that has been levied the most against Anthony Albanese is that he has not been the most aggressive or effective opposition leader, and I don't think it's a good look for him to come out at the end of the week sounding like the Prime Minister. All
right. Janine Perrott, why don't we move on to a significant departure from the sporting scene this week? And I'm going to ask each of you sort of a double-barrel question. What do we think of Ash Barty and the manner of her departure? And what personally did you ever leave on a high? And I am not, I just want to clarify this, I am not asking about some seedy bar late at night.
Why would you mention
I'll have to leave right now. I'll have to log on.
Okay. Start with the class act, not the seedy bar, and that's Ash Barty. Really, really classy the way she goes out at the top. She didn't just, imagine it in a podcast and say, oh, that's what I'm doing. She'd been planning this for a long time. The Australian Open was a bonus for her. So I thought she did it really well. But I guess like every Australian, very sad, but good to see her go out on top. I was thinking about what you said. We journalists are people that have to get off with the hook. But I think probably my late 20s, I was in the New York bureau of News Limited at The Australian. And I'd been there 4 years and thought, oh, I'm starting to sound like all the old foreign correspondents being jaded, so I'm going to quit while I'm still excited about it.
Sounds like a good time to pull the pin. Janine, Matt?
So very sad. Ash was a person who's brought us all together. I know living overseas for the past few years, I got such a kick out of getting up early in the morning to watch her win Wimbledon, and it made me feel really connected to being back in Australia. But I just admire her so much for doing this, because, you do come up in times in your life when you get caught in thinking, is this something that I really want to do, or am I just doing this for other people, or because this is the path I set myself on years ago? And for her to have the self-awareness to stop and say, I don't need all the money and the fame and the recognition that comes with this is incredible. In terms of going out high, the thing I thought of was that in the end of high school, I did quite a lot of serious maths at school to try and get into university, and then I've used almost none of it ever since, and I've tried to avoid it wherever possible.
I find that incredibly impressive as an innumerate journalist. I do. Look, we're going to really struggle to get final reflections from Justine and Amy, but Amy, I might give the honours to you very quickly, either picking up the second part of the question or the first. Ash Barty, or your moment on a high?
Oh, Ash Barty, everything's been said. She's incredible. My moment on a high is I too gave up tennis at the peak of my career. I just feel I'd be naturally amazing at it. Played it once, drunk, won, never played it again.
Yeah, I reckon that's going up. What do they say? You're only as good as your last game.
Your last story.
Amy Ramikis always knows how to finish on a high note. She's done that just here on Friday Briefing. Thanks so much for joining us, all of you. Amy Ramikis, Justine Landis-Hanley, Matthew Knott and Janine Perrott, showcasing all the versatility of our beautiful studio in large form. That is Friday Briefing for this week. We'll be back on Monday.
Okay, so this is an election night template. Grab some friends.
Organise your snacks. Plenty of sugary sweets.
Caffeine, jelly snakes.
Have a few beers, kick back.
Wear very comfortable shoes.
It can be kind of a fun night. Just make a bit of an event of it.
Don't drink too early. Pace yourselves.
Catheters.
Don't get too carried away about the early numbers.
Go and make your cup of tea and get your food when I'm not on camera.
Pay attention to what Anthony Green is saying.
Make it last.
This town has just lurched from one disaster to another.
Having your house burned down works really well. You get rid of everything. It's like a big clean out. Malakuta needs to advocate for what we want.
We feel we know best about what we need.
You can't leave it to the bureaucracies.
We are having a Malakuta election.
There'll be no chance that they'll choose me.
The opportunity is now to build back better.
People's Republic of Malakuta starts April 5 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Quite serious situation that we're worried about in our listener area.
Get the latest information and updates from your local region.
We have issued an emergency warning.
What can I do?
Know your frequency and stay connected with ABC Radio, your emergency broadcaster. Basketball's best are booming to the finals. Stream every electrifying play live on ABC iView.
What a statement.
The WNBL Finals. Stream all finals live on ABC iView.
The worst possible place for human beings to live in the face of climate change would be Australia.
Future forecast.
It's just far worse than we all expect it's going to be.
Collectively, we have not done enough.
Question is, how bad are we willing to let it get?
The human impact of our climate in crisis.
I'm incredibly angry that so many people died.
The world has to understand that this is a make or break moment.
Four Corners, Monday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
Islamists, the Prime Minister told
women have been great role models.
the city has been in lockdown.
The early hours.
This is DW News live from Berlin. Counter-attack. Ukraine hits back against Russian forces near Kyiv. Ukraine's outgunned army reports success retaking some areas west of the capital. But the country's population is paying a heavy price. Also coming up, U.S. President Joe Biden meets with American troops near Poland's border with Ukraine. The trip comes after Mr. Biden announced a big energy deal with the EU to curb Europe's reliance on Russian gas. Hello, everyone. I'm Layla Harak. Thank you so much for joining us. We start with the latest from the ground in Ukraine, where there are signs of Ukrainian forces retaking territory and pushing back Russian forces. Intelligence reports say Ukraine has reclaimed areas west of Kyiv and destroyed a ship in Russian-held territory. When Russia launched its invasion a month ago, it expected a quick rout. Against all odds, Ukrainian forces continue to keep one of the world's biggest armies at bay. But that resistance has come at a terrible price.
Mariupol in eastern Ukraine has come to symbolize the devastation Russian bombardment has wrought. Most of the city has seen terrible destruction. People trapped here struggle to find food or water. Ukrainian officials now believe some 300 people could have died in last week's strike on a theater there. Hundreds had been seeking shelter in the building when it was leveled by a Russian bomb. Here in Mykolaiv, near the Black Sea, a rocket hit Tatiana's building. Her neighbors were killed. Her home is now wrecked, but she is staying put. We will stay in Mykolaiv and will be here until the end. I will go back to work. My company is still operating. I hope to carry on working. But while Russia keeps bombing from afar, its advance into Ukraine's main cities has mostly stalled. Ukrainian forces are pushing back. On the front line in Irpin, just outside the capital Kyiv, Ukrainian forces have repelled the Russians with a series of counterattacks, as this commander explains.
The Russians don't have the combat power. My men are hitting their supplies, and in Kyiv, armed citizens would be shooting from every window and door.
Ukraine's defenses are holding. Vladimir Putin's hopes of a lightning-quick war dashed. But this battle comes at a high price, especially for human lives. It's hard to verify how many people have been killed in this war. In a crematorium in Kyiv, dozens of urns lay unclaimed. The relatives of the dead have fled, and they had to leave their loved ones' remains behind.
Well, tracking developments for you in Ukraine is our correspondent Fanny Fashar. She joins us from the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. A terrible humanitarian toll, Fanny, that this war has taken so far. We understand also now 300 people were killed in the bombing of the Mariupol theater last week. What more have you learned?
Reportedly 300, Leila, because we do not know the exact number. In fact, last week we heard that at least 1,000 people were hiding in that theater, waiting to leave through a humanitarian corridor. But that corridor never came. What came instead was this attack by Russia, even though in big letters in Russian it said children in front of the theater. Now, Russia claims that they're only interested in military infrastructure. This clearly wasn't one. This was a place, a shelter for people who already went through so much. We will not know at this point the exact number. It's really hard to verify. But alone the fact that at least 300 people were killed in that really sent shockwaves across Ukraine. But even prior to that, when this attack happened, because people are asking themselves just how far Russia and the Russian military is capable of going and wants to go in this war in Ukraine.
And Fanny, in another disturbing development, Ukraine is accusing Russia of abducting thousands of civilians evacuated from cities like Mariupol. Can you tell us more about these accusations that are being leveled by the Ukrainian leadership?
Just like with so many information that we've heard during this war, there are claims and counterclaims. So yes, Ukraine claims that about 400,000 people have been forcibly removed from different parts of Ukraine. Russia again claims that roughly 400,000 people voluntarily wanted to come to Russia, mostly from the Donbas region. Now, the UN or a human rights team of the United Nations announced that they're going to look into this allegation, specifically into the allegation that about 6,000 people have been forcibly removed from Mariupol. So at this point, we do not know actually whether this is true or not. What we do know, however, that the humanitarian catastrophe, not only in Mariupol, but also in Chernihiv and other places, goes on, and people would like to leave these places. The question really is how, when, and just how fast.
And Fanny, in conclusion, Ukraine's army is reporting some major successes in retaking some areas west of the capital at a very heavy price to the population. What's the morale like around you?
Depends really which morale we refer to. Is it about Ukrainian civilians? Then I can tell you for sure that hundreds of thousands of people here in Lviv either temporarily stranded, to say so, because they can't just simply decide to leave Ukraine and where to go to start their new life. And of course, nearly 4 million people have left Ukraine already. So clearly they want to leave. More people want to leave, as well as more millions are internally displaced in this country. When it comes to the morale at the front line, soldiers, of course, both women and men who are at that front line need some positive news desperately, and this is what the Ukrainian government is giving them, at least since yesterday, saying that they do make some progress there in Kyiv to the north and to the east of the city, and also, of course, reportedly that Russian ship was destroyed near Mariupol, close to Mariupol. But in terms of the morale all around, it's a mixed picture, because we have to understand that this war is going into the second month now. So really the question is just how strong this resistance will be as all of this continues here in Ukraine.
Fanny Fashar reporting from Lviv, Ukraine. Fanny, thank you very much. The US and the EU have announced a plan to reduce European countries' dependence on Russian gas. At a joint news conference with EU Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen, President Joe Biden said the US would increase its deliveries of liquefied natural gas to Europe by 15 billion cubic meters this year, replacing 1/10 of Russia's gas supply. He also said the current crisis is an opportunity to boost renewable energy sources.
On his first trip to Europe since Russia's invasion of Ukraine,
good morning,
US President Joe Biden is stepping up efforts to assist EU allies, announcing a task force to reduce Europe's reliance on Russian fossil fuels.
We're going to work to ensure an additional 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, LNG, for Europe this year. And as the EU works to discontinue it buying Russian gas well before 2030, it will also work to ensure additional EU market demand for 50 billion cubic meters of LNG from the United States annually by 2030.
With almost half of the EU's natural gas coming from Russia, the European Commission president said it sends a clear message that Europe won't help fuel Russia's war.
Mr. President, dear Joe, this war will be a strategic failure for Putin. So we want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends and that are reliable.
On Thursday, Western powers gathered in Brussels for back-to-back meetings of NATO, the EU and G7. Topping the agenda, confronting the unprecedented threat to Europe's instability and the unpredictable aggression of Russia's war against Ukraine. NATO's chief reaffirmed his support for Ukraine and a response if Russia deploys a nuclear or biological attack.
Our top military commander, General Walters, has activated NATO's chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear defense elements, and allies are deploying additional chemical and biological and nuclear defenses to reinforce our existing and new battle groups.
For Moscow, they promised more punishment and isolation, including new sanctions against hundreds of individuals and entities. G7 leaders announced they'll restrict the Russian central bank's use of gold. Major wheat producers, Canada and the US, said they'd increase exports to help combat the growing food security crisis caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But Ukraine's president appealed for more military support and called out the bloc for not taking action against Russia fast enough.
You've applied sanctions, and we're grateful. These are powerful steps, but it was a little late, because if it was preventive, Russia would not have gone to war. No one knows for sure, but at least there was a chance.
With nearly 4 million Ukrainians having fled the war, Biden announced plans to welcome 100,000 refugees as he heads to Poland to assess the humanitarian situation on the border with Ukraine. While the West offers assurances by piling more pressure on Russia and pivoting away from its energy supply, the fighting rages into its second month. Urgency to find peace and stability has never been more pressing.
Well, the U.S. and EU announcing that new energy partnership just moments ago. DW's Marina Strauss is in Brussels. Marina, first of all, how significant is this deal between the EU and the U.S.?
It is an important deal alone because it's a sign of unity that the US and the EU showed today, because it demonstrates that they're close, that they're united when it comes to their stance towards Russia. Also, along the fact that Joe Biden, the US president, sat with EU leaders yesterday and also today and discussed with them, and they came to this deal, they struck this deal, shows a sign of unity. And 15 billion cubic meters of liquid natural gas, LNG, is not a lot when it comes to the amount of gas that Russia deploys to the European Union, but it is also not nothing.
Will the LNG from the U.S. be enough to replace Russian gas supplies?
No, the answer is very simple. No, definitely not, because it's only 1/10 of the amount that of the Russian gas that the EU usually that Russia delivers to the European Union, 155 cubic meters per year in 2021. So it's only a drop. Simple, but it's a start, and also the US said they will deliver more liquid natural gas on a longer term, and also the EU is looking at other sources of liquid natural gas. For example, Germany, the German business economics minister traveled to Qatar to strike a deal there. But there are also other problems. For example, there are not enough terminals in the European Union yet to get liquid natural gas, so it's something that will have to be built in the coming months and years.
In conclusion, Marina, there are a lot of very vocal EU member states who want Russian gas imports to stop right away. But that seems to be off the table right now. Why?
That's true. You know, when the Latvian Prime Minister arrived here this morning, it was very clear that he would be pro-ban when it comes to gas and banning gas from Russia. He said that we have to get away from Russian gas as soon as possible. He's joined by other Baltic states and by Poland. But then we have the big EU states such as Germany and also another powerful state, the Netherlands, Austria. They say, no, we are so dependent on Russian gas. It will hit our economies too hard. We're not there yet. So this is not likely that that a ban on Russian gas or oil will come in the coming days or months. But the German government said they will phase out Russian gas in the coming years. So there's a plan, but no ban in sight.
DW correspondent Marina Strauss reporting from Brussels. Thank you very much. Well, just hours after agreeing on a new energy deal with the EU, U.S. President Joe Biden traveled to Poland near the border with Ukraine. And a short while ago, President Biden arrived in Rzeszów, where he visited troops based in the southeastern city, while they serve alongside Polish troops as part of NATO. President Biden will be briefed on the humanitarian response to the refugee influx to Poland. On Saturday, Mr. Biden will fly to Warsaw for talks with Polish President Andrzej Duda. And in Poland is EW's Max Zander. Max, a symbolic visit.
Well, President Joe Biden's trip was all about shoring up support for NATO and assistance to EU allies. And this particular second leg of his trip, this trip to Poland, is all about showing solidarity and showing support to an ally in a frontline country, Poland, which is dealing with the consequences, with the effects of the crisis playing out on its doorstep. Poland has been dealing with the majority, with the lion's share of refugees fleeing from Ukraine. Out of the 4 million people that have fled, nearly more than 2 million people have actually made their way to Poland. So President Biden is addressing all these issues here. He's meeting with U.S. troops on the ground to get a first-hand account of what the situation is for them there. But he's also meeting with Polish leaders, with President Andrzej Duda, as you mentioned, but also with humanitarian experts to try to find ways in how the U.S. can actually assist Poland more with taking in refugees and providing further financial logistical assistance.
And Max, how is the U.S. Commander-in-Chief's visit being seen in Poland?
Well, I spoke to some people here on the ground, and one man in particular told me this is a nice gesture, but he's not expecting that much. In general, we can say that the U.S. presidents are quite welcome here in Poland, especially the previous administrations have been doing a lot to bolster the eastern flank with additional troops, while Russia, far before this war, was engaging militarily more within its borders and beyond. And this country has been living in a under a communist dictatorship for a very long time. So with that in mind, with that history, U.S. President visiting here is very welcome, but a lot of people also are expecting more, are expecting a stronger, tougher stance. For example, the Polish leadership called for a NATO humanitarian mission in Ukraine, which the allies refused. Also, the Polish Prime Minister actually suggested to bring Polish fighter jets, to donate them to or give them to the Ukrainian forces to defend their airspace, which the U.S. also rejected in fear of further escalation.
Reporting from Poland, DW's Max Zander. Thank you so much. Well, for the West, this war is as much about energy supply as it is about humanitarian disasters. Climate campaigners have long said we need to wean ourselves off fossil fuels in favor of renewables. And that's a big part of the message from the Fridays for Future movement for climate change. Its campaigners are holding protests across the world, including this one today, right here in the German capital, Berlin, to demand action be taken to stop the climate crisis. The student-led movement is demanding an end of the war in Ukraine, which is being partially funded, they say, by European payments for Russian gas, coal, and oil. I'd like to welcome back Svetlana Romanko. She's a Ukrainian climate campaigner and environmental lawyer. She also happens to be the founder of the Stand With Ukraine campaign, calling for a ban in the trade and investment in Russian oil and gas. Thank you so much for this opportunity to touch base with you again. How are Russia's fossil fuels driving this war?
Yes, thank you so much for having me here today. And yes, Russia is very much driving this war by fossil fuel finance that it was able to achieve and accumulate over the long years of its energy dominance. I only have to mention a few facts that, first of all, 60% of Russian exports come from oil and gas. And Russia is among the world's largest oil and gas exporters in the world. So there was a chance to accumulate enough money and weaponize fossil gas and oil to increase Russia's existing energy dominance over the European Union and to threaten European nations that would come to Ukraine's aid in this war. Of course, even now, as was mentioned with Fridays for Future, over 19 million euros in general, since the war started, has been flowed to Russia as a payments for the oil and gas. And this should be stopped. That's equally clear that also fossil fuels from Russia and more broadly, and climate crisis and war in Ukraine just are interconnected. And war in Ukraine and climate crisis have the same roots, and these roots are our dependency on toxic fossil fuels.
That is a very, very important point that you are making there. And there's growing consensus here in Europe that reliance on Russian energy needs to be replaced and reduced. Are there alternatives out there, viable solutions to replace fossil fuels right now?
Yes, there are solutions which I will point out just in a second. I just wanted to say that the language the first thing that we need to replace. We should not say reduce our dependency on Russian oil and gas, but to end the dependency on Russian oil and gas. To enable a livable future for us all and ending the war in Ukraine. So just not to reduce, but end and phase out all fossil fuels. First priority, Russian fossil fuels, but also all fossil fuels have to be immediately halted all over the world. There is an alternative, of course, and there was a discussion about liquefied natural gas and those big terminals that will cost billions of euros to European taxpayers. And I have to say that even to the IEA report, International Energy Agency, in 2021, no new investments should be made in oil and gas infrastructure, nowhere, because that's inconsistent with 1.5 degree that we would like to achieve and stop global warming. Even not saying about the emergency of cutting the dependencies on Russian oil and gas and stopping the war, ending the war in Ukraine.
Do you think that Do you think that if the EU had invested in, let's say, a large variety of renewable energy sources, that it could have given the Europeans some options on how to deal with Putin and maybe even this war would not have taken place?
Yes, I truly believe that it would provide the European Union the variety of options and the freedom from dependency of Russian oil and gas. But it's not too late, though, and if we just double the investments into renewable energy sources, even for existing potential, we will be able to overcome this dependency on Russian oil and gas with no fossil fuel solutions involved, because they are not solutions. They are inconsistent with the climate crisis, and they will only create more volatility and misery for everyone involved. Among the renewable energy solutions, solutions, true solutions, which we can implement right now, and it will be fast and just transition to renewable energy. There are, for example, heat pumps which can replace some gas heating in European homes. It also a reduction of consumption, and it's energy efficiency and renovation of buildings. But that needs to be done fast. Electrification of transport, and if we will have 90% of electric cars, and actually they become cheaper and cheaper, and renewable energy in general becomes much more cheaper than even gas prices and oil prices that we have seen. We always have an alternative, but unfortunately we miss the political will of European Union leaders.
Ukrainian climate campaigner and environmental lawyer Svetlana Romanko, thank you so much for speaking to us. It's a very, very important topic. Please do come back again.
Thank you.
Well, the Russian onslaught has sent millions of Ukrainians searching for shelter. Many left their homes in a hurry, taking only what they could carry. For many of those arriving hungry in Lviv, there's been a pleasant surprise, though, provided by one of Ukraine's top chefs. DW's Amir Nassif visited his kitchen in Lviv in western Ukraine. Nothing like breaking bread together. That's your news roundup for now. Our environment magazine Eco India is up next, and I'll see you in a bit.
Acquitted for murder.
I've had to spend 12.5 years in prison, something I didn't do.
After revelations of planted evidence.
I would rate this case as one of the most extraordinary cases I've ever been involved in.
And a family still waiting for answers.
We want justice for Stacey.
It's almost like it's all been swept under the carpet now.
Tell me, what happened to my baby sister?
The Cost of Justice on Australian Story. Monday at 8 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
Next time on Artworks, we're coming to you from the Lawn Sculpture Biennale.
For me, the journey of life is one that leaves a mark, and the sea speaks very strongly to me of that.
We also explore the Sydney Biennale.
Artworks, Wednesday at 8 on ABC iView and TV+.
Well-known Aussies face questions they've never been asked before.
That is a very tricky dilemma.
If you had a deep fake video of you, are we going to the tapes?
Tomorrow Tonight starts Wednesday at 9 on ABC TV and ABC iView. This year's Melbourne International Comedy Festival is here.
Get me in there, you know?
All the rib-tickling, jaw-dropping, side-splitting gags you could wish for.
Wrong choice of phrase, but we'll go with that.
Featuring some of comedy's biggest names.
Rusty's gone to work in the city as a barista.
And see it all over Instagram.
How do you cope with underwear? Don't answer that.
Melbourne International Comedy Festival kicks off with the gala.
Well played, sir.
Wednesday 9:30 on ABC TV and on ABC iView.
This town has just lurched from one disaster to another.
Having your house burned down works really well. You get rid of everything. It's like a big clean out.
Malakuta needs to advocate for what we want.
We feel we know best about what we need.
You can't leave it to the bureaucracies.
We are having a Malakuta election.
There'll be no chance that they'll choose me.
The opportunity is now to build back better.
People's Republic of Malakuta starts April 5 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This March on ABC TV+.
It's a place where I feel I can breathe.
Come take a squiz.
Once you kind of get the ball rolling, it's exciting.
All of us came together and we created such a force.
It's added a great richness to my life. Takes my breath away.
It's about to get weird.
Oh, about?
I actually enjoy racist humor and misogyny. Isn't there some part of you that thinks like that's not really where I want to be?
Economic growth family had never lost a live performance.
Hello, welcome to Friday Night Drum. I'm Julia Baird. Coming up, China's big move into the Pacific. Has the Australian government been caught napping? The short-stay housing market threatens renters, especially those in regions. And woke culture goes corporate. Can companies leaning left actually undermine our democracy? Joining me on the panel, all the way from Oslo, climate and energy consultant at the European Climate Foundation, Ketan Joshi. Good to see you actually in person.
Yes, it's nice to be here. Nice to be back in Australia.
Welcome back. CEO of the Tourism and Transport Forum Australia, Margie Osmond, is going to be with us very shortly once she overcomes the problems with Sydney traffic. In the Blue Mountains, Pro Vice-Chancellor at Western Sydney University and CEO of the New Alliance. This is a research partnership between 4 New South Wales Andy Marks, how are you?
Good, Julia.
And in Canberra, political editor at news.com.au, Samantha Maiden joins us again. Hey, Samantha.
Thank you.
If you want to join us on Twitter, you can go for it. You just have to use the hashtag The Drum to find other people in the conversation, and we are on Facebook as well. Now, voters of Australia, it might be time to focus. The federal budget drops on Tuesday night, and it won't be long after that week sitting of Parliament before the Prime Minister pops into Government House to ask for a general election. As students protest for immediate action on climate change outside the PM's Sydney residence, the increasing cost of living is firming as absolutely central to what's worrying many in the electorate. And to that end, our panellist Sam Maiden is today writing that the government is rolling out the cash in the budget. Well, almost. A one-off cash payment of $250 for pensioners and some low-income families. Now, Sam, can you talk us through, this is very particularly targeted and it's a very specific number designed not to be too inflationary, right? Can you talk us through the thinking that went behind this decision?
Well, obviously everybody's affected by the cost of living rises right now. It's not just petrol, you go to the supermarket and the cost of vegetables and general groceries is increasing. We haven't seen an inflation level on target to get as high as it looks like it's getting since the global financial crisis. And the concern was that at that time it was coming off the back of rising wages, which isn't the case right now. So people are really feeling the pinch. So there's going to be a couple of measures in the budget to address that. Cash handouts are $250, I understand, but as you mentioned, one-off and not for everybody. So certainly I was told that it's not going to, for example, people who receive family tax benefits, but it is likely to go to if you're on income support payments. But the big news, I think, in the budget is going to be that cut in the fuel excise. The government has ruled out a freeze on the indexation of petrol, but it is definitely looking at a cut to the 44-cent fuel excise. They've done it in New Zealand, they did it in the UK this week, and it looks like they're going to do it here in Australia as well.
But they've indicated that'll be a temporary cut. Is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah. So, for example, they could cut it for 6 months by 10 cents. That'd cost about $1 billion. They could cut it by 20 cents and that would cost $2 billion, but it would be short, sharp, temporary and targeted are the keywords the Treasurer is using.
Andy, do you think this is going to work with swing voters, these kinds of targeted measures?
Look, a bit of cash is always nice, Julia, but, you can't help but look upon this with a little bit of cynicism, and it always has the effect of treating voters as though they have short-term memories. And no one will deny the impact of cash, for example, during the stimulus exercise or period, but before an election, it's hard to take it seriously. It'll help many people who are in marginal electorates around the country who are in insecure work. It'll help people that are struggling with rising inflation. But I think that voters are a little bit more intelligent than maybe some politicians give them credit for, because one payment isn't going to be enough to kind of ease the pressures that families are contending with.
Obviously, we're going to continue looking at affordability. But Ketan, every time when people go and live overseas for a bit, I know you're just back here for a holiday. At the moment, you do get a fresh perspective on what's going on. Now, you've come back and the ALP is being accused of parachuting a candidate into a seat. We've got the Liberals that can't seem to close off their pre-selection so close to what we think will be the election date. Does this appear to you to be anything but elections, politicking as usual? We also, of course, have Nick Xenophon returning.
Yeah, the budget is going to be a really interesting moment. The things that I feel like are just really prominent at the moment and that really stand out to me are the energy-related costs of living, right? So particularly petrol prices. I know people are getting the app that lets you try and find like a petrol station with cheap petrol around Sydney and things like that. But of course, I think that we really need to be addressing the root cause of the problem there, which is Australia's really heavy reliance on a very volatile fuel. So of course, the price of petrol is subject to so many pressures around the world. And we should really be switching to, first of all, electrified transport and public and active transport options as well to ease those things. I think that what we're seeing here is an instance of really short-term thinking. We need to be really solving the root cause of these problems because, of course, if you kind of paper over it with like a one-off thing, it's going to happen again, and it's going to happen more and more into the future as a lot of these crises get worse.
And you're talking about short-term thinking, obviously, of our politicians. What about of the electorate?
What do you mean?
Well, how do you read kind of public sentiment? Are we not making those links enough when it comes to the cost of living? Because it seems like it's such a dominant issue on people's minds.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the parachuting of people into electorates, right? I think I think that contributes to a bit of the disaffection and disconnection from people and policy making, particularly when it comes to connection, I guess, with candidates and familiarity and seeing faces that sort of look like your own being represented in politics. And the problem, to me, the really big problem with that is that the more people are disconnected from politics, the harder it is to actually get really good climate policy through specifically, because the more people are connected, the better that climate policy ends up, and the more it serves people directly in their immediate needs. So yeah, it's a problem that really stands out to me having come back here to Australia.
And before we move on from the pre-election scrambling, which we'll be talking about quite a bit in the weeks to come, Andy, what are you noticing in Western Sydney? Which is a particular area of concern for both parties.
Yeah, look, there's 3 or 4 marginal seats here that'll, have a very significant role in the outcome of the election. And I think Labor's running out of parachutes, Julia, and I think, that the Liberals are having diabolical trouble with pre-selection, as you've mentioned. So it just increases the cynicism in the electorate. And to the point that was made earlier, Western Sydney's the most multicultural place in the country. Yet, a lot of our representatives, as dedicated as many of them are on both sides, don't really look and sound like Western Sydney or the Western Sydney that I see and experience. And it has the effect of removing people from a democratic process that they need to be involved in now more than ever around issues like sustainability and around issues like cost of living. They're the people that can tell you how it feels when you're contending with cost of living pressures. And it's very hard for someone who's been kind of hoodwinked into the role from outside the region. And it's also hard when your party's so riven by factionalism and infighting that you can't even select a candidate. So neither side's covering themselves in glory in Western Sydney and other parts of the country with, the election just a month out.
We should say hello to Margie, who's just joined us. Welcome.
Hi there. That man scrambling.
Okay, let's come back in a moment because I want to talk about what the government announced yesterday, which was it would finally take up New Zealand's long-standing offer to take refugees. But the news was immediately followed by a fairly stunning claim by Senator Jackie Lambie, who claimed, again in a conversation with Sam, that it was part of a deal she had brokered with the PM in return for her help in repealing the Medevac laws. Now, you remember the ones Kerryn Phelps introduced to enable doctors to decide if asylum seekers could be brought to the mainland for medical treatment. Now, not just that, but Lambie said Scott Morrison told her she risked jail time if she disclosed details of the deal.
I just didn't like the way it was handled. I mean, I was sitting at the table that day. I just felt like that was more of a threat rather than, it depends on how you communicate things. I don't believe it was very well communicated, and I believe for me, I felt it was quite intimidating the way he said it, the way it was put. And like I said, there was no need to do that because I already knew quite clearly that, if anything was said, that deal would be off and all those people would still be sitting on the roof.
Sam, how long have you been sitting on this story for?
Quite a while. I mean, look, I don't know how much you want to know about how the sausage is made. Look, I've spoken to Jackie Lambie about it for a while, and she basically had told me that when the time was right, that she would let me know. I knew the broad parameters of it, but obviously I had to wait until she was prepared to talk about it. And she felt that she couldn't. I mean, one of the hold-ups was that they needed to basically exhaust the United States offer before they moved to the New Zealand offer. I think there's a couple of things to say about the jail threat, which obviously sparked a lot of excitement. The government has tried to play that down under the guise of saying, look, when you get a national security briefing, everybody is told that if you breach this, you risk jail time, right? But nevertheless, you know, that is the way that she interpreted it. She didn't like it. Even if the government's saying that they threaten everyone with jail, she obviously felt that pressure. But she did say that she didn't care about that threat. She wasn't worried about that threat. The reason why she kept silent was because she wanted the deal to work and she wanted the people to get off the islands. Now, there are people that have quite understandably pointed out that this won't fix the situation for everyone. If you're not found to be a refugee, you'll be left to languish, for example, on Manus. The other thing I think that's really interesting to point out is, remember, if you go right back to when, you know, Julia Gillard and Kevin Rudd talked about this, and I think it was Kevin Rudd who pledged that none of these refugees would ever set foot in Australia. Well, under this deal, potentially they can. The Prime Minister talks a lot about the back door, and you had to shut it, and if they were allowed to go to New Zealand, they'd come to Australia. The way it will work is if you are a genuine refugee and you're accepted under this deal, it's only for existing refugees. It doesn't apply to future boat arrivals. But if you are accepted in New Zealand and you go through what is a 5-year process to become a New Zealand citizen, there's nothing to stop you coming to Australia under those reciprocal arrangements. So I think that's interesting.
Right. Can you talk us through what the Prime Minister's office said about this? Because as you pointed out, they've said that we did not threaten any jail time, and they dismissed suggestions that the agreement was kept in a safe at Parliament House, but otherwise they refused to comment on anything else. Is that right?
Yeah, so basically Jackie Lambie says that when she went into that room there was a piece of paper and that it was locked away, and she says it was kept in a safe. Now, wherever it was kept, he wouldn't give it to her, which I think is interesting. They are trying to suggest, we kind of brought Jackie Lambie into the tent and we kind of told her what we were doing anyway, right? But from her perspective, she was like, well, there's a couple of conditions to me scuttling Medivac, and number one is I want everyone off the islands by the end of this term. She wanted them to accept the New Zealand offer, and at various points she was pretty cranky that it took longer than expected. There's another kind of unwritten story that we haven't quite gotten to the bottom of some of the people that Jackie Lambie brought in to get these people off the island. There's a lot of intrigue involved in this. But I should say that the government does not deny that they told her that she risked jail time if she talked about it. They just make the point that that is a standard warning that is basically given to everybody when they have a national security briefing. That's what they're told.
Right, and is this why we all just sit back and scratch our heads when we hear about politics and how the sausage is made, as you've said, Sam? And would this have happened without Jackie Lambie's involvement?
Well, the government's trying to assert that it may have, but I don't think that. I think that is kind of a bit cute. I mean, strictly speaking, here's the situation. The Prime Minister has spent years telling us there was no secret deal. Matthias Cormann said there was no secret deal. And then you had Jackie Lambie come out and tell me yesterday there was a secret deal and this is what it is. I think they're relying on this idea that they brought her into the tent and they told her what they were planning to do anyway. But what pressure would have been applied on them to keep those, flows going, to get those people off the island? What pressure would have there really been to force them to take up the New Zealand offer if she hadn't been involved? I suspect the pressure would have been substantially less.
Margie, we know deals like this are done, perhaps not as spectacularly and not revealed in such a overt fashion, but we know that background deals are frequently done in politics. Is it better to know about them, and are we comfortable with that, with deals and arrangements being done this way once they're exposed?
This is this balance between outcome and transparency. And these sorts of deals, as I'm sure our colleagues wouldn't let you know, are in no way rare. They happen all the time, and with the growth of independence within the parliament, these are endemic. This is what happens. You don't normally see the reveal quite the same way this is. And I would say to you too that from a lobbyist's perspective and an advocate's perspective, it is pretty well known. Okay, you can't get a pathway through the opposition, can't get a pathway through the government, take the pathway through an independent and see if they can be passionate about it and they can push it through for you in an entirely different way because they have a different set of currency relationship conversation with the government. You know, is it great democracy? Well, it might just be the democracy we now have, and sometimes the outcome with a little less transparency might be the best thing to have. And there's no doubt that, gosh, this outcome's been a long time coming.
Right, but it's not just deals with independence, is it, Katan? I mean, you've studied climate politics in this country for a very long time. What of the deals that have been done within the coalition, within different factions, to, you know, under certain leadership positions? Would you prefer that we knew about that? I think it's incredibly frustrating as a citizen, isn't it? Or even as future historians looking back and saying, or maybe we do wish there was a box that are safe for such secret agreements in Parliament House that we could access.
Yeah, it actually really bugs me.
Yeah.
I think I understand the argument that the outcome in this case is quite significant for those people. But these are deals concerning the very immediate welfare and health of people, right? Like living human beings just like us. And in that context, I think transparency should overwhelm everything else. I think that we need to know about these things almost immediately. The thing that comes to mind when it comes to the topic of transparency is donations, for instance. I think that donations to political parties should be disclosed in real time. I think this is really important. When it comes to the, I'm sure, some really dramatic and interesting deals that have happened in the context of climate policy, particularly around leadership roles, it's the same thing, right? Like the issue of climate change is not some abstract policy thing. This is a real physical thing that actually has impacts on the way we live and the things we experience. So I lean a lot more on the, it feels weird and strange and sort of unpleasant. And I think just instinctively, I think that transparency is way more important.
Julie, can I just hop in there to just say that there's a long history of these sort of deals.
Absolutely.
Where people don't reveal, you know, what really went on behind the scenes. And the one that springs to mind is the Telstra deal that John Howard did with Brian Harradine. And remember, we found out later that he had tied that to ensuring that RU486, the abortion pill, that essentially it couldn't be imported. Now, that was not revealed at the time, but that was absolutely part of the deal. A huge decision. I think there's a really strong argument that that should have been made clearer, and then it took, you know, basically a private member's bill and Liberal women and Labor women and men as well coming together to overturn that years later.
Right. But can I just say one other thing, though? Taking that on board, absolutely, and taking the climate change argument too, sometimes you just need to take the steam of public scrutiny out of a problem to get a solution. So sometimes there will always be that need to have the opportunity to have a behind closed doors chat to get the result.
But isn't that what cabinet decisions are?
Well,
it's in confidence without the steam of...
It might involve a whole range of players outside of the government. It might involve, you know, independents. It might involve the opposition in a kind of discussion that they couldn't be seen to have until the right outcome was achieved. So I think it's baby and bathwater stuff. You know, don't toss it out.
But what if a negotiation was being made whereas someone said, OK, I'll support you on your, I don't know, GST legislation if you shut down, without giving apparent explanation, the tourism industry of the Northern Territory. You kind of want to know that that trade had been done, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I do. But I mean, what I'm saying to you is that this isn't necessarily a catch-all for everything.
Sure.
But it's not a throw the baby out with the bathwater option either. You know, at some point amongst the options in the political lexicon has to be the opportunity to have a quiet chat.
All right, well, I want to talk about another of the major issues leading up to the election now, which is about housing. Now, we all know shelter is one of life's basic needs, but right now, Finding a place to rent in regional centres, and particularly in tourism hotspots, is becoming hugely problematic. It's a classic bottleneck. There's too many people looking to stay in too few properties. Vacancy rates in most regional centres in New South Wales, for example, have plummeted and are now less than 1%, according to the Real Estate Institute. Rental listings across Byron Bay dropped from 177 properties in April last year to just 60 last month. And Shoalhaven on the New South Wales South Coast has seen a 60% drop in rental listings over the past 2 years, a 60%. At the same time, property prices in the area have risen dramatically. But it's a nationwide problem. Rents in Broome, in the Kimberley region in Western Australia, soared by 28% over the year to August, and they're up by a quarter in Noosaville in Queensland. Now, there are claims that companies like Airbnb offering short-term accommodation to holidaymakers are making the problem much worse. In Byron Bay, for example, Airbnb listings are equivalent to nearly half of the permanent rental stock. Hobart City Council is considering putting a cap on Airbnbs, hoping landlords would then lease their properties to tenants. And to tell us about the impacts Airbnb is having in her community, Shoalhaven City Council Greens representative and Ulladulla local, Moo Darth, joins us. Welcome to the drum, Moo.
Thank you.
Now, you've long had your ear to the ground in your community. You've been there for 25 years. You've volunteered at the homeless shelter. You run a second-hand shop there. What are you hearing amongst your friends, amongst your colleagues and your clients about what's happening with property?
I actually have been a renter for the entire time that I've lived in the Shoalhaven as well. And I rented as a single mother for half that time. The only reason I actually have a home to live in that I own is because I got an early inheritance, or I would still be renting. I'm basically a low-income earner with no hope of buying in this area. And I probably wouldn't be able to afford the rentals as they are now. My friends, people I know personally, are now living in caravans on their parents' properties. They're couch surfing. They struggle once they're told that their lease is up and that it's not being renewed. There is fear because they need to move out of the area to maintain their employment. And therein lies that double-edged sword. Do they quit their job to move to a different area where there's, affordable rent? It's so difficult. It's so difficult. Seeing those figures that our rental has dropped by 60% does not surprise me in the slightest. And we are the second most popular tourist area, I think, in the nation. We come in after Noosa, and Byron is actually after us. The Shoalhaven is the destination.
And there's a whole bunch of things going on because the Shoalhaven at the same time had the greatest increase in property prices in Australia's regions last year, when it was up 38%. So we've got that going on, which puts pressures on renters, which makes it more desirable to sell. What role do you think Airbnb plays in all of this?
It's a hot topic down here because a lot of the people that I know that probably voted for me on my first term of council own investment properties, and they have them rented out as Airbnb. So I'm probably going to ruffle a few feathers here, but we need people to buy homes to live in down here, and we need people to stop buying their fourth or fifth investment property in the suburbs, in the back suburbs of Ulladulla, to rent out permanently for short-term accommodation. We need humanity to be brought back into our real estate market so that our rental prices can drop and our home prices can drop. I bought my home, I had my home bought for me 7 or 8 years ago now. It was $305. And now I did a renovation to the house. It's not a 5-bedroom, it's just a regular brick and mortar house. Apparently it's worth $800,000 now, which is ridiculous. But then where would I go to live anyway? Sorry.
Yeah. Let's talk about that, Margie. Speaking of ruffling feathers, now Airbnb is one of your...
They're one of my members.
One of your members, okay. Do we, how does it hold up, this idea? We know that there are people, as Moo's saying, who are buying their third and their fourth investment property, and it's, you know, quite lucrative holiday markets to be made by investor landlords. How much of it is kind of people who are just renting it out on the side, who are making about, you know, I don't know, just a few $1,000s over Christmas and over Easter? Like, is that a stereotype? Are we understanding how Airbnb works?
Look, I think the vast bulk of the people who are owning and leasing in this space are, in fact, you know, retirees and others who are making a bit of extra cash on the side by leasing out the Airbnb home. Now, there's no doubt that for a range of these rental platforms now, there is a percentage of people who are a lot more commercial about the exercise. But I also think that Airbnb has moved into a space, as have these other platforms, of supplying some much needed accommodation in lots of towns that simply didn't have enough commercial accommodation from a tourism point of view. The issue about available, affordable housing in regional has really got not that much to do with the Airbnbs of this world. It's got much more to do with the changing nature of people who are moving into these areas, the level of industry that's moving into them.
The level of income they possess.
Correct. The fact that we've had bushfires, we've now got floods, you've got housing shortage that's being created by those disasters, and then in addition to that, the capacity to replace that housing is constrained by a constraint of tradies and supplies and goodness knows what else. So it's not a simple problem, and it's a larger conversation about what we actually need in terms of affordable housing. The New South Wales government, for example, has just released some plans to actually change the planning provisions in regional communities to allow medium rise and a range of things, to change what's allowable in communities, to recognise that change of workforce and population so they can provide a different kind of housing. I think it's a complex problem, and I think there's lots of parts to it. It's a big mistake to point the finger at anybody, any one entity as being the problem for this.
And then nonetheless, you can still talk about what role does this play.
You could, but
in
equally you could say that you know, lots of investors are losing money in the cities because we don't have any international students, and as a consequence, rents have gone down in a huge number of inner city areas as a consequence. So
up in the regions, yes.
Well, you know, I mean, I think that you've also got a situation where everybody's gone, pandemic, I'm moving to the bush.
Yep.
So you've got a whole range of new demand that just wasn't there previously. So
yeah, which again does change communities. But Andy, what's your take on this? Is Margie right to be saying that, you know, we're scapegoating Airbnb for like a broader systemic structural failure of housing policy?
Yeah, look, that's a good point. You know, I guess the Airbnb stuff is really fiddling at the edges. This is a fundamental structural problem that really needs to be addressed through major economic reform. And it's another instance where we need to see some courage in politics. But the electorate's got to be convinced of its merits. And, you know, Labor took a very comprehensive policy around negative gearing to the last election. And the electorate, to everybody's surprise, said they didn't want it. And that's because nobody's arguing the case and the broader impact of housing unaffordability, what it does to families, what it does to communities. And you need a political response that not only looks at you know, the impact of things that are, I would call them peripheral, I'm not trying to downplay them, but things like Airbnb, but looks at those regional shifts as well that we've just discussed. When populations decentralise on the back of a pandemic or other, you know, life events, then government need to be able to respond to that, and they need to, you know, put appropriate services in place. But at the end of the day, you know, one party came up with an idea and they were told no thanks, and now neither party, as I understand it, is going to the election that we're about to have with a consistent policy and a meaningful policy on housing affordability.
Right.
They're too scared.
Okay, Sam, if we accept this wisdom that both parties are reluctant for reasons of precedent to bring housing policies to this election, after the election, would either of the parties do anything substantive to address housing affordability?
I think that if Anthony Albanese won the election saying that he wasn't going to touch negative gearing and then did, I think that would be a pretty big problem. You'd really have to take it to another election. That doesn't mean that that's the only policy lever that can be used. Obviously, this is a complex problem, so you can't really prescribe simple solutions, but it's basically a supply and demand issue, right? And as Margie made the point, you know, you've got all these people through COVID moving to regional areas because it's a beautiful place to live. They're coming in with a lot of cash. At the end of the day, if you want to have cheaper houses, if you want to address that supply and demand issue, you need to have more houses. And the problem right now, you know, as we've outlined, is that there's a shortage of tradies. I mean, that's the problem, really, I think. But I think that it would be a brave politician who said that they needed to argue for lower rents and lower house prices. As people always point out from John Howard before and after, nobody who owns a house wants the price to go down. There may be a few people in Sydney whose house is worth a bomb who say they wouldn't mind if it went down a bit, but people that have just gone into the market don't want to see that happen.
Moo, what do you make of this discussion? The fact that there's you know, you've laid out all your kind of deep local issues and problems within a community that's kind of fracturing if people have to move away from it. And then we say, well, you can't scapegoat it, all the issues are actually massive, and by the way, neither of the parties are really going to be, have got plans to, you know, radically address those problems. Where does that leave you? What would you like to see done?
So we need federal and state governments to come to the party and actually do some work on a national housing strategy that's going to help our permanent population. I do disagree with Margie in saying that their short-term accommodation hasn't affected my area, especially with 50% saturation in some suburbs of permanently empty homes ready for short-term rentals. So in effect, that takes away 50% of that suburb for our local employees, our local families, our local mature age people looking for units or homes to stay in. And I know that the growth in this area for a permanent population, they are moving to the area. Our businesses seem to be thriving, and we need to make more parcels of land available for those homes, but we also need to think about how do we relocate our mature age population into smaller, maybe duplexes, units, or maybe shared mature housing, so that they then release those large 5-bedroom homes that they're living in by themselves to families to buy. And then maybe we don't need to build as many homes, because people are up in arms about seeing our rolling green hills turned into estates.
Right. But this comes back to the planning issue too, though, making it possible for regions to look at different kinds of housing. It's not all going to be the 4-bedroom house on the quarter-acre block. And we need to give regional councils the ability to make those sorts of decisions locally.
Or in Hobart, looking at land that's zoned residential and is completely vacant and doesn't actually have any property on it. So those kinds of initiatives. Moo, we so appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Moo Darth is a Shoalhaven City Council Greens representative living in Ulladulla. And you're watching The Drum. With me on the panel, climate and energy consultant at the European Climate Foundation, Ketan Joshi, CEO of the Tourism and Transport Forum Australia, Margie Osmond, in the Blue Mountains, Pro Vice-Chancellor at Western Sydney University and CEO of the New Alliance, a research partnership between 4 New South Wales universities. I got the whole thing there, Andy. Andy Marks, and in Canberra, political editor at news.com.au, Samantha Maiden. The Solomon Islands government has confirmed it's in the process of negotiating a security agreement with China. News broke last night that a draft proposal was in the works, a deal that could see Chinese troops and naval warships based in the Solomon Islands. Now, Labor says it's a major foreign policy blunder, but Peter Dutton denies Australia had dropped the ball in the Pacific. The Prime Minister hasn't spoken with his counterpart there, but says they'll deal with the issue as they would with family.
We are the single largest provider of development assistance into the Pacific. Daylight second, daylight third. And through the course of the pandemic in particular, that has been our first and primary focus beyond our own shores. We have led in the Pacific, but I think events that you've seen most recently, I think only highlight the constant pressure and the constant push that is coming into the region from interests that are not aligned with Australia's and not aligned with those of the Pacific more broadly.
Now, late today, the Solomon Islands government was not backing down, saying Solomon Islands is working to broaden its security and development cooperation with more countries. The approach taken by the country is in line with its 2020 national security strategy and the country's foreign policy of friends to all, enemies to none. And to tell us more about what this draft deal means, we're joined by Pacific analyst and project lead for the Pacific Hub at Griffith University's Griffith Asia Institute, Tess Newton-Kane. Welcome to the Drum.
Thank you.
Now, the government was very defensive today, as we've just heard, about our work and our support in the Pacific. Peter Dutton said we have a fantastic relationship with the Solomon Islands, and the Prime Minister says we're like a family. Is that true?
I think the Prime Minister's right to point to Australia's primacy in terms of relationships with countries such as Solomon Islands. And I think it's worth remembering that Australia already has a security treaty with Solomon Islands that was signed in 2018. So Australia is a very prominent player in the security environment when it comes to the region, and in particular in relation to Solomon Islands. Last year, when there was unrest in Honiara, it was to Australia, among others, that Prime Minister Sogavare turned for assistance with security to bring that situation under control. And he was at pains to say then that Australia was Solomon Islands' best friend. I guess what we've seen over the last 24 hours or so is a demonstration of what shouldn't come as a surprise, which is Solomon Islands has more than one friend.
But surely it means, I mean, there's going to be a conflict because, you know, that's not, Australia would not see that in their interest. Is it the case that we're no longer the foreign partner of choice?
Well, I think it's unrealistic and naive to think that this is a zero-sum game. As we heard from the Solomon Islands government earlier today, this is part of their foreign policy, which, like a lot of Pacific Island countries, is based on being friends to all and enemies to none. As with a number of Pacific Island countries, Solomon Islands has made it clear that it sees this particular geopolitical moment as one in which it has more choices than might have been available previously. It has a range of interests and objectives that it wants to pursue, and it sees that there are multiple conversations to have. I think that's part of the environment in which Australia finds itself. Now, the security of the region is of importance to everybody, not just Australia. How that security is framed and perceived can vary depending on who you talk to. For a number of people in the Pacific, issues around climate change and the impacts of climate change are much more important than potential military ambitions on the part of China. I think in terms of Australia's friendship with Solomon Islands and Australia's continuing conversation, it has the basis of an existing security treaty. There's no question, according to Solomon Islands, there's no reason to think that if they have an agreement with China, that somehow negates the one with Australia. Their position seems to be we can have multiple versions of this sort of agreement. So Australia, nobody's knocked Australia out, nobody's locking Australia out of the room, nobody's closing down any conversations. And Australia needs to think, I think Australia needs to think about what the opportunity is here for them to really demonstrate true faith in this friendship with Solomon Islands.
And the question is how we do that. Katan, do we need to be talking about climate change here?
Yes, definitely. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind, of course, is that clip of Peter Dutton and Scott Morrison and Tony Abbott all standing at a forum. The two of them, Peter Dutton and Tony Abbott, not realising that a boom mic above their heads was active. Tony Abbott and Peter Dutton are joking about, making pretty racist jokes about Pacific Islands people and saying that they're going to have water lapping at their door, and Scott Morrison kind of quietly nudges them and says, there's a boom mic up there. And it was quite a horrible moment, right? Like it's sort of, it just laid out, I guess, the feelings about this issue. Like it was like a really sort of it sort of went right down into them, you know, not their policies, but how they felt about it. And that really stuck with me. And then, of course, at many subsequent climate meetings, you know, the sort of annual climate meeting, the Conference of Parties, Australia has been something of a laggard or a blocker of climate policy, whereas when you hear the speeches and messages from Pacific Island people there, they're pleading, you know, right from the heart, you know, they're pleading really intensely and emotionally, please, 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 first of all, help us with money. We need money to help deal with the locked-in impacts already there. And we also need you to reduce your emissions and stop making the problem worse, because they're vulnerable in a way that I think many of us in Australia have trouble imagining or understanding. So, yeah, of course, we have to be talking about this. And I guess one interesting complication here, of course, is that China has very high emissions, as does Australia. Both countries have a high carbon footprint in two different ways. So I guess there's an element in terms of relationships between nations. It's complicated, but that doesn't make it any less important to talk about climate change here.
So action on climate change in that sense could be a form of soft power, which is an opportunity lost. Tess, where to now for the government? You're saying that don't worry, we still have our own security treaty with them, and that's already existing, and we shouldn't underestimate their own autonomy. And in fact, the question is not perhaps what's best for Australia, but what's best for the Solomon Islands and the entire region. So how do you think Australia should be approaching these negotiations now, given the potential or perceived threat?
Well, I think my colleague, Dr. Anna Pauls in New Zealand, often makes the very valid point that when it comes to working in the Pacific, relationships are currency. And I think that really Australia needs to think about how it develops and sustains relationships with interlocutors and counterparts in Solomon Islands, and what the basis of those relationships are. Now, when it comes to something like security, trust is a really key issue here. And historically, conversations around hard security issues, as well as other security issues, have indicated and demonstrated that often Pacific Island partners feel that there is a lack of trust on the part of their Australian counterparts. They feel that they're not necessarily given all the information, or they're kept out of key conversations. I think it's really important at this juncture that all who are involved, whether they are on the ground in Honiara or elsewhere, need to demonstrate as far as possible that this relationship between Australia and Solomon Islands is one based on trust, until such point as that's not able to be sustained. We're not at that point at this stage. I think it's really important that we remember that the primary, if we look at what Solomon Islands is saying and the relationships that Solomon Islands is establishing, we need to be confident and we need to be honest about the fact that Australia is actually listening to what is being said in Solomon Islands, not necessarily just by one or two people, but across the board as to what their concerns are and how Australia can meet them, if at all, and be prepared to have quite sort of robust and honest conversations about these things.
And just quickly, Sam, the government has been talking for some time. The Prime Minister, Peter Dutton, saying we are the ones who can handle the security. We are the ones best suited to deal with China. On the opposite side of the chamber is the Manchurian candidate. Where does this leave them when we now have a potential base, 2,000 kilometres away?
Well, it's a big worry, given that the Prime Minister, Scott Morrison, has made a big song and dance about being a friend of the Pacific and taking a particular interest in this if this has kind of happened under his nose. I don't agree with the idea that Solomon Islands can be a friend to everyone and an enemy to none. I mean, who else are they going to do deals with? Russia? I mean, I do think that it is a significant change to the organising principles that have been laid down in the region for quite a while. And I think you can understand why the government can be concerned about. I'm not convinced it's purely about climate change. I take your point about the soft power argument, and I think there has been a lot of anger in the Pacific about positions Australia has adopted. But at the end of the day, China is hardly some sort of paragon of green left environmental virtues. So at the end of the day, this is about money. And that's what Australia's probably going to have to look at to put in to address that.
Okay. Tess Newton, thanks for joining the Drum this evening. Thanks so much for your expertise. Tess Newton-Kane is a Pacific Analyst and Project Lead for the Pacific Hub at Griffith University's Griffith Asia Institute. Now, you might have heard Telstra is expanding its service, adding a carbon farm to its portfolio. The company's using internet-linked drones to plant and maintain 150,000 native trees. Telstra CEO Andy Penn says it will help the company achieve its zero net emissions goal. Good idea? Well, Carl Rhodes, the author of Woke Capitalism, How Corporate Morality is Sabotaging Democracy, isn't convinced. Speaking to the Drum's Bethan Smolenick, he argues companies taking a stand on social issues actually undermines democracy.
Believe in something. Say the right thing.
Do something you've never done before.
Woke capitalism is a contemporary phenomenon where you see major corporations and CEOs and billionaires publicly and in many ways financially supporting political causes that would have traditionally you wouldn't have expected corporations to get involved in.
Act the right way.
Bro, not cool. It's a way of corporations being seen as being good in the eyes of society.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
You see it with support for the Me Too movement, Black Lives Matter. While I would agree with the nature of these causes and the politics behind them, there's a dangerous tendency for corporations starting to encroach on the public sphere in a way that is kind of a step too far in terms of taking over the things that really should be subject to democratic deliberation rather than the actions of wealthy people and corporations. I mean, if you look at an example recently where you saw Mike Cannon-Brookes from Atlassian be part of a bid to take over AGL, and as part of that, it was very much based on decarbonisation and bringing forward targets for net zero emissions and the closing of coal-burning facilities and so forth. Now, given Australia's somewhat embarrassing record in recent years around climate change, this was a great move, and kudos to Cannon-Brookes for doing this. But we have to then ask ourselves, if we look at climate activism and climate change, one of the biggest problems facing the world, as a nation in Australia, do we really want to rely on the voluntary actions of individual wealthy people pursuing their own business interests to solve a problem that is absolutely of national political importance? And so it comes a question of where do we want the power to lie?
Where do we want the power to lie, Andy? What do you make of this argument?
Look, we want the power to lie in the hands of people who can act regardless of income and regardless of personal wealth. I think that was a really salient point. This is becoming a thing simply because governments have vacated the ground. Mm-hmm. And I think Kevin Rudd, way back, used the phrase that climate change is the great moral challenge. Well, that's what's gone missing here. And as government retreats from those challenges, when we have a situation when Australia doesn't have a credible climate policy and it doesn't have a detailed and considered energy policy, then the space is left wide open for others to come in. And then that's fine, I guess, at the surface level. But what you need to think about is what's the ethical dimensions of these companies and interests when you pull the curtain back? Are they perhaps supporting unfair labour practices in other countries? Are they ethical in every aspect of their business? And nobody can see that because they don't have the level of transparency that governments are held to account on. Mm. So it's a dangerous trend, and it really lets governments off the hook as well, which is perhaps most disappointing of all. And governments can use that really glib phrase, well, the market will determine. I don't want the market to determine anything other than, where I might pick up a kind of bunch of bananas or some apples. I don't want the market involved. I want government to stand up.
But sometimes it looks like the market is doing really good things. Sometimes they aren't actually doing good things. Katan, can we talk about this decision by Telstra to start its own carbon farm?
Yeah, okay. So this is something I've become recently obsessed with is carbon offsetting.
Yes.
And particularly how companies present their use of it, right? So how they talk about us, about what they're doing. The way that we currently source carbon is we dig it up from underground, right? This active carbon offsetting and tree planting specifically tries to neutralise that or cancel that out, that carbon from underground, by putting it on the surface of Earth in trees and soils, right? You can't fit the carbon that you get from underground on the surface, right? You actually need to either not emit it, or you need to capture it and literally place it back underground. There's just physically not enough space to do this.
Right.
So in some ways, it's good when a company says we're actually going to become active participants in helping nature regenerate and restore. But when they then say we're actually going to take that as a credit we can then use to justify other emissions in our company, that's when things start to go a little bit wrong.
Right.
So the problems start to arise when this acts as a double-edged sword, right? So companies are doing some good things, but they're kind of using it as a bit of a justification for avoiding action elsewhere. But
the whole point of the credit scheme is meant to be that, you know, like more and more people trade, prices get higher, people start to go, oh, well, it's cheaper to actually cut emissions or change the way we behave, right? But that's not happened in Australia, as we were discussing on the show last night. Prices have gone down.
Telstra is a pretty good example of what I'm talking about here, because I sort of read recently that they're setting up a retail business, right, to sell energy, but they're also selling gas. And specifically, they're selling gas to Victorian users in homes. Now, that's something that we know how to abate, right? Like you can electrify homes, you can put induction stoves and electric heaters and things like that. You shouldn't be buying offsets for things that you know that you can reduce, that you know you can abate. So it's a growing problem, and it's a really tricky one because you don't really want to step on people who, in their hearts, they feel like they're doing the right thing. You don't want to discourage them, right? But I think that there are much better ways we could be doing this.
It's big. Credits are a big issue in the airline industry and the tourism industry as well, right?
It's a massive issue, and I suppose part of me wants to say, well, you know, so often the big end of the business community is caught betwixt and between. You know, they're trying to do the right thing. I think, you know, from my perspective, we had a sustainability conference a couple of weeks ago with all of our big members, and it was a very concerted conversation about aviation biofuels and what we should be doing and why Australia should lead the world in that kind of activity.
But we're not.
Well, but the only regulated aviation biofuel market in the world is actually California. So, you know, there's an opportunity here for Australia. That's why I'm saying it's an opportunity for us to get into it. Now, that's already being discussed by industry at a much faster rate than it's being considered by government. So I think there's an element here of not wanting to stomp on the private sector when it's prepared to take the walk on the wild side and maybe stretch the envelope and go out there. All of the major hotels, accommodation people are all in this headspace. Now, I absolutely accept that nobody's getting it 100% right, but there is a willingness. And I think also, if you look back over the last decade, in the US in particular, a lot of these companies that are now involved in the social cause space, a lot of this is the result of a lack of capacity to bring in young people and skills into their companies. They could not get graduates who were making a choice to go somewhere to a company that was perceived as doing the right thing. So a lot of these American companies and now corporations all around the world realise if they're going to get the best and the brightest, they have to be seen to be engaging in this kind of social discussion. And that is driving a lot of this activity. Right. But I don't think we can walk away from the fact that if government vacates the space, the community is going to demand it gets filled. And, you know, big business is not a completely out of the space kind of suggestion to help fill that space.
Well, the perfect example of this is Mike Cannon-Brookes, right?
Yeah.
Attempts to purchase AGL. What's your take on that? I mean, like, I know, as Carl Rhodes was saying, people don't want billionaires to be dictating policy, but if there's a vacuum.
But it's also about boards. It's not just about, it's not just about billionaires. It is about boards making these decisions.
Sure.
There's a physical element to this problem, which is that when you add greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere, they're quasi-permanent, right? Like this is nearly a permanent change that we're making to the planet, the shared habitat that we all have. And that makes it an extremely urgent problem. Every extra day of emissions is something that we're probably never really going to take back in our lifetimes. And so I really understand what he's saying about governments really should be the ones taking the lead on this. But I don't think that we're operating on a timescale that it makes room for this massive total change across Australia's government. I think that what Mike Cannon-Brookes is doing is a really good thing. At the very least, he's pressuring the government to take action. And in an ideal case, of course, they then come in and say, okay, well, we don't actually want, tech CEOs to be the ones pulling the levers on Australia's electricity grids. We actually want to be setting clear policy to guide the decline of fossil fuel power on the grid. But of course, I think that it's going to be messy, quite messy, as it continues into the future. It shouldn't be messy because the people who work in those communities, people who rely on the incomes from those power stations, are going to be the first ones to suffer when it does get messy. I think that the government needs to step in for those reasons because they're very vulnerable, those people.
Sam, I'm interested in your take on this politically, because for a long time, the coalition business in lockstep seemed to be having similar interests, a coalition creating an environment where the market can operate freely. And now we have the market ahead of the government and operating quite differently to the desires of the government. And you would imagine that that would cause some discomfort amongst our politicians, given that divide.
Well, look, I'll be a little controversial at the end of your program. If billionaire folk who have an interest in the environment want to go and buy gas companies or anything else, it's a free country, right? That's the market operating. Businesses can make a decision of whether or not to accept those offers, and that's that. And,
but it is that and it's not that. I mean, for years, Mike Cannon-Brookes has been going to Canberra and talking to federal politicians and saying, do something. What is your vision for Australia? Look at this, what I'm doing with the sun cables. I'm actually exporting solar power to other countries now. And yet all that innovation has kind of been largely conducted privately.
Yeah, so the point I was going to make is the reason why people like him of similar ilk have moved into that space is because they think that the government is not working fast enough. But beyond that, it's a free country. Companies are allowed to hold views. I know that every now and again the Liberal Party gets their knickers in a twist because banks are talking about the environment or whatever subject it is. Usually it is about the environment. And think they shouldn't be. But, it's a free country, right? Freedom of expression, freedom of the market. If billionaires want to buy things to affect social change, that's the market operating.
Andy, just quickly, what's your reflection on that? We are, it's a free country, but we also have a problem to solve that's rather pressing.
Yeah, look, it's free, but some people aren't free to, escape the impacts of some of those decisions as well. And maybe it's not a case so much of government vacating the ground. I'd like to see ground where government and business and the community, to bring in the third and the most important dimension, could actually meet and address this together. At the moment, governments are in total retreat and denial about the problem. And I think that's strange. It's very strange for a coalition government, Julia, as you mentioned as well, who usually are in lockstep with business. So they really should be looking at the market advantages that we would have by investing in clean technology and being a leader. So it's just bizarre, every way you look at it. But you can't have a situation where one element dominates. That's what I think I'm probably concerned about. Kudos to Mike Cannon-Brookes, but you need community, government and business at the table.
Okay, we've sorted a few more problems out tonight on The Drum again. I'm going to end that because we're rolling into the weekend and we're out of time. Thanks to Gatan Joshi back from Oslo, Margie Osman, Andy Marks and Samantha Maiden, breaking her stories as usual. We're going to see you next week. I hope you have a great weekend, manage to switch off, find some pockets of peace, see something beautiful, whatever it is. See you next week.
What's empathy training and have you ever had it?
No, I haven't, Lee.
Can you please stand back a bit? Thank you.
Wasn't it a serious conflict of interest getting involved in any way in that grant process?
It's not just about whether it's within the rules, it's about the way it looks.
Lifting wages will have an impact.
Yeah, but how do you lift wages?
There are 9 ministers for housing in this country. What are they all doing? 1,000 jobs.
Address the question.
Now is the time to speak.
7:30, Monday to Thursday, ABC TV and ABC iView. To keep streaming on ABC iView, you now need to log in with an ABC account.
Yes.
So log in and save something you want to enjoy later by adding it to your watch list. Pick up where you left off across logged-in devices. Plus, check out recommendations to unearth new shows and movies.
So, when does the show start?
Log in with an ABC account and make ABC iView yours.
Louis Theroux returns.
Why do you have that?
My friends are famous, the rappers. They gotta be protected at all times.
To explore the most controversial corners of America.
I consented to something, and then something else happened that was without my consent. I don't know why that's hard to understand.
We're live here, guys. Say hello. I actually enjoy racist humor and misogyny. I think that's awesome. I think we need more racist jokes.
Forbidden America. Stream now on ABC iView or Sunday 8:30 on TV+.
Well-known Aussies face questions they've never been asked before.
That is a very tricky dilemma.
About things that haven't happened yet.
What if you could live to 150? Would the world be better without lies?
No.
If you had a deep fake video of you, are we going to the tape?
Well, if there are thousands of gods, how do you know you've chosen the right one?
You want me to answer that in a light entertainment format?
Tomorrow Tonight starts Wednesday at 9 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
The ABC election team is so well plugged in.
There is just no other team that brings that level of depth. With enormous brains. There's journalists all around the country. Regional, remote.
On election night, we all come together.
You will get the most candid reflections.
You just won't find anywhere else.
Accurate, clear, fast. And we're fearless.
Experience matters. No one's going to concede defeat or declare victory until Anthony Green has called it.
Are you excited for the new year?
It's going to be a roller coaster.
We all know the main reason that you watch, and that is for the maestro himself, Anthony Green.
Connecting you with election 2022.
If you can't persuade your own party, how will you be able to persuade the electorate?
Well, I don't agree with that lead.
Connecting you with the facts.
Did it feel like gag money?
It was exactly gag money.
I'm going to start the Senate review.
These are facts.
No, we're done.
Turn the camera off.
We're going to keep fighting, and we're not going to give up.
No more patching yourselves on the back.
No more blah, blah, blah.
Connecting you with the truth.
They can lock me up, but they cannot lock up the truth.
You think he lied to you?
I don't think. I know.
Get the full story on the making of a superpower.
And as it happens.
Is it an earthquake?
Washington.
Bangkok.
London.
My story's written on my body, in scars and missing limbs.
Bullet holes in every part of this home.
Who do you trust?
ABC News, connecting you in 2022.
Day after day, the Ukrainian port of Mariupol has withstood Russia's relentless onslaught and refused to surrender. But the city is all but destroyed. Many have left. Supplies of basic goods are running out fast. Is this how Russia plans to strangle other cities across Ukraine? My guest this week is Markian Lubkivsky, advisor to the country's Minister of Defense. How long can this all go on?
Till the last Ukrainian will be killed. And this is not only nice words. So the moral and the spirit of Ukrainians is very high.
As the fighting intensifies, we look at the narrow path to a peace accord and the prospect that Ukraine faces years of stalemate. What motivates people enduring such dire conditions? And while they give their life and their future for their country, do they feel that their allies who promised so much have given enough? All that and much more on Conflict Zone. Markian Lubkivsky, welcome to Conflict Zone.
Thank you for having me with you.
As Russia steps up its attacks, fighting words from your president, Ukraine, he said, will never bow to Russian ultimatums. And he made clear there'd be no compromises on territorial integrity or sovereignty. But he wants to talk to Mr. Putin. Is there anything to suggest that Russia wants to talk constructively to him?
Thank you, Tim. Look, this initiative was raised a couple of times by President Zelensky. And yeah, he is ready to speak to President Putin to discuss all issues, including military, humanitarian, political. but we still did not get any reply from the Russian side that Russian side is ready to discuss that. Let me remind you one very interesting thing for me as a diplomat. You remember recently were negotiations between Minister of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, Dmytro Kuleba, and his counterpart, Minister Lavrov. And after that negotiations, there was a statement made by Lavrov. He said that Russia will never attack any European or other European country. And after that, he added, and Russia never attacked Ukraine.
So even if you got a deal, you wouldn't trust it? Is that what you're saying?
We need to have very strong guarantees provided not only by Russia, but also by such countries as the United States, United Kingdom, G7, European countries, EU, and probably our neighbors.
You had those guarantees, or some of those guarantees, with the Budapest Memorandum going back to 1994, guaranteeing your security in return for you giving up your nuclear weapons. That didn't work so well then, did it? What makes you think it would work better now?
We need to establish new system of security. You're absolutely right saying that Budapest Memorandum never worked. And now we need to include all parties and to find such guarantees which should be really workable for everybody, not only for Ukraine. Because in these circumstances, nobody can be safe. Look, today Putin attacked Ukraine. Why tomorrow he wouldn't attack Poland or Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia? Nobody can be sure right now.
A week ago, your president's top negotiator, Mikhailo Podolyak, went so far as to say the Russian position had softened significantly. We have much confidence, he said, that we'll have a ceasefire in the coming days. What happened to that confidence?
I think that there are two reasons. So I cannot disclose the matter of negotiations. I'm not the part of negotiating team. But there are two main reasons why position or approach of Russian Federation became much more softer. First of all, the losses of Russia in Ukraine are tremendous. The Russians lost already 15,000 their soldiers here. And the second thing, that sanctions are working. So these two reasons are the base or the matter why Russians are ready to speak in a much more softer way.
But there's some suggestion in the West that Russia sees negotiations not as a way to end conflict, but as part of that conflict. As one diplomat said, just a way of dialing up and dialing down the tempo to suit Russia's needs. What do you think?
We don't want to face with a frozen conflict. You are absolutely right. I agree with you. So, and this is the strategy or the tactics of Russia. Russia made a couple of frozen conflicts on the territory of Soviet Union, Azerbaijan, Georgia, Moldova. So, and probably if they will not succeed in the coming days, and they will not, they will try to frozen the conflict.
You say you don't want a frozen conflict, but how long can you go on like this with critical shortages of food, water and medicine in the main areas under attack, tens of thousands of people homeless, people sleeping in basements, people dying on the streets? How long can this last?
Till the last Ukrainian will be killed. And this is not only nice words. So the moral and the spirit of Ukrainians is very high. And the spirit and the experience and effectiveness of Ukrainian army as well. So we will fight till the end. The situation is really very dramatic if we are speaking about such cities as Mariupol, as Chernihiv, and then Kharkiv. So I got an impression that Putin is going to demolish Ukraine totally and to kill all Ukrainians. So it looks like this is his strategy and this is his main goal. But we will fight till the end.
In the US, President Biden has been warning that Russia could use chemical and biological weapons. How seriously do you take that threat?
Very seriously. First, there were accusations regarding Ukraine that Ukraine will use these chemical weapons, that we are working on birds taking the biological weapons to Russia or munition. This is crazy. So we should be ready. Everybody should be ready. And don't forget that Russia is one of nuclear powers. So they can use also nuclear weapons. And this is terrible. So you remember that a couple of days ago, Zaporizhia nuclear station was attacked with the Russian missiles. So that's why we are ready for any kind of scenarios.
In the last 72 hours, your forces admitted they'd lost access to the Sea of Azov, that strip of coastline that connects Crimea to the breakaway regions of Donetsk and Luhansk. How serious is that loss for you?
Situation in Mariupol is very serious, Tim. So that's why we are trying to take care and to rescue our people. So the spirit of people defending, soldiers, Ukrainian soldiers defending Mariupol is very high. So again, they will fight till the end. So the main thing for us is to establish so-called humanitarian corridors and take people out from the areas which are under attacks. Unfortunately, Russians are shooting on our people. They are trying to kill everybody who is leaving Mariupol, Chernihiv, or some other cities. This is terrible.
Reports from Mariupol have spoken about how it's almost completely destroyed. Is it close to the end? Is it close to the point where it simply cannot take any more?
90% of the infrastructure of Mariupol is demolished. So this is our new Aleppo. So I don't want to do any forecasting. It's very hard for me, but we will fight. It's tremendously hard to accept that, but we are trying to do our best, and our soldiers are real heroes there.
Mr. Lubkivsky, if proper talks began, constructive talks with the Russians began, how far is your government united on what it will or won't negotiate to get a deal?
It's very important. Our government is united, you know that. And together with the parliament, and the president is staying in Kyiv. As you know, he will not escape. And I think it's important to speak to Ukrainian people. And the president will do that. So in case he will face with the issues he cannot solve himself. So I think that our society is united, maybe for the first time in our new history. So it's important to keep it united. And the main things so far, it is ceasefire and to establish mentioned humanitarian corridors.
Your president spelled out, as we said, his red lines about territorial integrity and sovereignty. So you would never accept the annexation of Crimea. Is that also a red line?
Yes, sure. Annexation of Crimea was illegal, was made in a military way, so that cannot be accepted. Same to territories or temporary occupied territories of Donetsk and Luhansk regions. So, but it's important to sit and to speak. We are ready for such kind of negotiations. For your information, negotiations are ongoing. Our diplomats are speaking to Russians right now.
If those red lines are standing, what's left? Some kind of negotiated neutrality for Ukraine?
You know that our aspiration is to become the part of a civilized world, to the part of NATO and European Union. I think it is very important to be focused on the way to become member of European Union. And that perspective is very clear. So I think that we have to go in that way. And to discuss the status of Ukraine with the guarantees by countries like United States, United Kingdom. So I think this is the way how we can move ahead.
But you have now accepted that you will not join NATO. President Zelensky has called Ukraine's failure to gain membership a truth that must be recognized. Does the country accept that now? Do you accept that?
The point that Ukraine is going to become the member of NATO was put into Ukrainian main law, into constitution. So in case that decision will be on the table, and now it's not on the table, we have to change the constitution from one side. And the main thing, I strongly believe that President Zelensky, in any case, will speak to his people.
You're talking about a referendum then? Because he's actually spoken about a referendum.
Correct, absolutely. So the statement was made yesterday and today morning that we probably will use referendums as a mechanism to establish the real situation and to speak to Ukrainians.
Mr. Lubkivsky, it seems as though there's a very narrow path to an agreement and a very high price for failure. The odds of you finding that path aren't very encouraging, are they?
Yeah. So, but this is our way. This is our destiny. You know, I'm absolutely confident that we need to win, or to you know, or so this is for us something this is historical moment for Ukraine. We have a lot to do in terms of internal life to change a lot of things, but we want to become the part of Europe. I think that it's clear to everybody that Ukraine now is defending European values, and this is very important for our partners to understand and to let Ukraine join European Euro-Atlantic community.
While you talk about your relations with the Euro-Atlantic community, you didn't get the no-fly zone that you wanted, but you have had significant amounts of lethal military aid from the West. Do you still feel in any way that the West has let you down?
No. We are very grateful to all our partners, to all our friends. We are grateful to our neighbor Poland, our strategic partner. And yeah, we never got the non-fly zone, but we are in very good cooperation with all our partners to provide Ukraine with the weapons we need at this stage. We still need aircrafts and anti-air systems. So that was the point discussed by my Minister of Defense, Mr. Oleksiy Reznikov, yesterday with his British colleague and Polish Minister of Defense.
But more weapons are on their way, kamikaze drones, hundreds of Stinger missiles, also different hardware from Italy, Denmark, Germany and other EU forces. You're happy with the response you got?
Yes, we are.
Your president, though, seemed particularly annoyed by what he saw as an inadequate response from Israel. Is that true? He used some pretty strong words about them.
Yeah, it was a statement to Knesset, and in his statement, President Zelensky was very clear. But from the other side, to make you know, our relations with Israel are very close. Thousands of Ukrainians live there, and Ukraine is the homeland for a lot of Israeli people. So, and that's why his statement, his address was very emotional, because Ukrainian president is Jewish. So that's why we really expect from Israel, as well as from other countries like India, to make very strong and very clear statements related to Russian aggression. But from the other side, we cannot accuse any country, you know, that they are providing us with the weapons or with the support or not. No, we are grateful for everybody, but everybody should find a way how to help Ukraine.
You're surrounded by death, destruction, misery in your country. What's been the worst moment for you personally in the last month?
It was a death of a very close friend of mine. I cannot disclose his name. He's a real fighter. But that was the tragedy for, first of all, for his family and for me personally, because I knew that person.
How hard is it to carry on after something like that?
I don't know. It's impossible. You know, every death for me, it's like shoot into my heart. It's not easy to overcome all these things. I'm quite strong person, and I have a lot of experience based on my Balkan career. I mean, I spent in total almost 10 years working in the former Yugoslavia and then in Croatia. I used to be ambassador to that country, to Croatia. So it's not easy, but something like that happened to me already. It was in 1999. Then I spent 78 days in Belgrade during NATO campaign against the regime of Slobodan Milosevic. But that was not my country. But I know what is the war, and now war came back to me again.
You talked earlier about the newfound unity in Ukraine. Is it the collective war effort that motivates people now?
Yeah, you know what was the idea of Putin? He came to Ukraine with the idea to kill, to make free Ukraine from fascists. But he is the real fascist, together with his army and with his leadership. I met a lot of people coming from Kharkiv, from Sumy, from Chernigiv, where they were trying to leave their places and to move to the western part of Ukraine. And they were asking me with only one question. We are half Russians, we speak Russian, we are fascists. A lot of Jews approached me with the same question. So Putin accused that people that they are fascists. They're not fascists. They're Ukrainians. They love their country, and they will stay. They will stay till the end. So this is the main mistake I think made by Russian intelligence. I think that Putin's dream was to reach Kyiv and to have parade here like in 3-4 days, and that never happened.
Another mistake may have been to underestimate the morale of the Ukrainian people. The polls have been charting, the opinion polls have been charting that mood. Have you been surprised at how upbeat some of them have been? The rating agency did a telephone poll of 1,200 people across Ukraine last week. 91% said they felt hope when thinking about the situation in the country. Is that really credible, do you think?
You see, the moral and the spirit of Ukrainians is very high. People are very well motivated. From one side, they are trying to escape and they are looking for the safe places. But from the other side, I think the support and the belief into our victory is very high. I'm very proud to be Ukrainian. I'm very proud to be the part of these people.
Your president has spoken of a strategy for what he called national resilience, designed to deal, I think, with different scenarios like a full-on invasion. How detailed is that strategy, and has it helped to give people confidence, do you think?
I think it's too far to speak in details about strategy. President is sending to everybody very clear and very strong messages. Stay brave. Ukrainian army will defend you. And I think that now the main scenario or the main thing is to protect Kyiv and other cities. So as you know, Russians did not succeed taking into surrender Ukrainian cities. Maybe the exclusion is Mariupol, but the rest of the cities are fighting, and the moral and the spirit of people and army is very high.
Your president also had an unusual phrase. He said, we are on the brink of surviving this war. I think he said that a few hours ago, on the brink of surviving this war. Does that mean that you'll be able to force a stalemate? And is that, at the moment, the best you can hope for?
I think so. I'm absolutely, I agree with my president, and I think that he was very clear in his words.
Do you have any confidence that China could play any mediating role with Russia? Because that's something else that people have suggested. Or is China only interested in itself and the chance to join a new anti-Western alliance? What do you think?
I think so. I think that China should not interfere into this war on the Russian side. So it's the role of China should and could be tremendous. You remember that President Biden sent very strong messages together with his the advisor Sullivan, very strong messages to China. But yes, I think so. Now, as we can see, China is apart from this war. But I think that the role of China might be significant.
As this conflict goes on, do you also have your idea, your thoughts and your concentration on international justice? Is this something you're thinking of? Are you documenting the potential war crimes that are taking place? Are you working with the International Criminal Court, the chief prosecutor, who's also expressed interest in putting together evidence and building winnable case on war crimes, if that's possible in the future? How important is that idea of international justice to you?
We possess a lot of facts, a lot of documents, a lot of evidences that can prove that Russia and her president, they are the criminals. So we are going to the International Criminal Court. We established already good cooperation with them. So investigation is ongoing, and we already provided, and we are going to provide a lot of evidences to that institution. One more interesting thing is that how we can negotiate, how we can make an agreement with the world, with the international criminal. It's also the question we need to find the answer.
Do you think you'll ever get your old life back again, Mr. Lubkivsky, or is it inevitable that you'll have to build a new kind of life full of uncertainty and insecurity?
Yes, I believe in that. You know, in 2012, I used to be the tournament director for most successful tournament in the history of UEFA, Euro 2012. I was leading the office representing UEFA in Ukraine, and we did tremendous job. That was the biggest and the most successful project in my life, I believe. I want to come back to my usual life, to see my wife, my kids. This is normal. I think this is the will of all Ukrainians who left their homes.
Markian Lubkivsky, it's been good to have you on Conflict Zone. Thank you very much for giving us your time.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me with you.
What is the effect of telling and hearing diverse stories?
The mood, obviously, of Ukrainians has been changing kind of dramatically.
The world needs to act now.
Houses and locations that have never flooded before are flooding.
Get a different perspective.
Look at this panel. This is a dream come true, this panel.
On the stories of the day.
I found the last 10 minutes of this show pretty extraordinary.
Just stand there and do that. It all counts.
The Drum, weeknights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
This March on ABC TV+.
It's a place where I feel I can breathe.
Come take a squiz. Once you kind of get the ball rolling, it's exciting.
All of us came together and we created such a force.
It's added a great richness to my life. Takes my breath away.
It's about to get weird.
Oh, about?
I actually enjoy racist humor and misogyny.
Isn't there some part of you that thinks like that? That's not really where I want to be?
He was hit from behind.
Nasty head injury.
I want to see him.
You're not family.
He doesn't have family here.
Well, he and Farrell have been sniffing around that case all over town. Maybe they found something.
Troppo, log into ABC iView and stream the whole series now.
Australia's roadmap to recovery. What the make or break budget means for the government, the country and for you. From 7:30, the Treasurer's speech, then all the interviews and expert analysis in the ABC News Budget Special. Budget Night 2022, Tuesday, ABC TV, iView, radio and online.
Next time on Artworks, we're coming to you from the Lawn Sculpture Biennale.
For me, the journey of life is one that leaves a mark, and the sea speaks very strongly to me of that.
We also explore the Sydney Biennale.
Artworks, Wednesday at 8 on ABC iView and TV+.
Good evening, it's Friday the 25th of March. Here are our top stories. Detained Australian journalist Cheng Li to face trial in China on state secret charges. The Solomon Islands government defends its push to expand security ties with China. NATO pledges to defend Ukraine as the war enters its second month. And North Korea claims the successful launch of its largest ever intercontinental ballistic missile. You're watching The World. Hello, I'm Yvonne Yong. Also tonight, food safety fears in Marshall Islands after high levels of a radioactive chemical are detected in the ocean. To developing news out of China now, where Australian journalist Cheng Li will face trial next week over charges relating to state secrets. Let's get the latest now with our East Asia correspondent Bill Birtles. Bill, what will Cheng Li be facing when she fronts the trial? And tell us more about what Chinese authorities accuse her of.
Yeah, Yvonne, she's accused of national security charges in specifically providing or giving state secrets to a foreign organisation or overseas individuals. Now, this is a crime in China that carries usually a sentence of 5 years to 10 years imprisonment. But the way Chinese law is written, it's actually kind of vague as to an idea of how much jail time she could potentially be facing, because in mild or minor cases, there is no minimum of the sentence that is to be given. There is a maximum of 5 years, but in very serious cases, it's a life sentence. So we don't actually know what sort of allegation is being levelled at Cheng Li, because during the entire 19-month period that she has been detained in Beijing, at no point have Chinese authorities given any details publicly of the case against her. So best case scenario, obviously, for her and her family and friends would be for this to be considered a fairly minor offence, and whatever sentence she's likely to be given for the time served to be factored in. But we just do not have any details of the alleged offence.
Do we know how long the trial will last?
Once again, we don't. The ABC briefly spoke to her Beijing-based lawyer today, but he wasn't really able to comment on the details of the case. This reflects the sensitivity of it. It is, after all, a national security case, and these in China are treated with the utmost sensitivity. Generally speaking, when we've looked at previous national security trials involving foreigners, they're usually one day, maybe even one morning. We don't know how long it will be, but I would expect that, given that it's scheduled for the Beijing Intermediate People's Court next Thursday, that probably it will be a one-day trial. Here's where it gets tricky. There's another Australian facing national security charges in Beijing named Yang Hangjun. He has been detained for the best part of, I think it's almost 3 years now. He was tried in a closed court last year in May, almost a year ago, and he still doesn't have a verdict, let alone a sentence. So it's one positive step, I suppose, for Cheng Lei that finally her case is being brought before a court, even though it's likely to be a closed court. But it doesn't necessarily mean that there will be a quick verdict or a quick sentence. And we do believe it will be a conviction because when it comes to criminal cases in China, the conviction rate is well over 99%.
So this will indeed be an uphill battle for Cheng Lei and her lawyers.
Well, Yvonne, these aren't courts as we understand them. These are courts that are completely controlled by the Communist Party of China. The judges are not independent. It is quite likely that a political decision has already been made for what sort of sentence Cheng Lei receives. The verdict is almost certain to be guilty. They would not have held her for more than a year and a half only to have some sort of court process where they don't find her guilty. That's not really that important under these circumstances. What's important is what kind of a sentence she is given. And as I said before, because we don't know the details of what she's alleged to have done, it could be a relatively minor offence, and this would be the best case scenario where a sentence is handed down that includes the year and a half of time served. But generally, these sorts of cases where people are accused of providing intelligence or state secrets to foreigners, generally it's a 5 to 10 year sentence under Chinese law. I will just quickly say, in terms of what she's accused of, she worked for Chinese state media, for the state broadcaster CGTN. We wonder if this is perhaps a factor in the investigation into her, into these alleged crimes, but also too, a good friend of hers named Hayes Fan, who worked for a US media outlet, she was detained several months after Cheng Lei. She remains behind bars to this day, also in a national security investigation. They were friends in Beijing. Are the two cases linked? Once again, Chinese authorities won't say. But this is as far as we can speculate on the actual details of whatever she's alleged to have done.
Bill Birtle, thank you.
Thanks.
The Morrison government's warning an authoritarian regime should have no security role in the Pacific. His comment follows the release of a draft Solomon Islands agreement that could pave the way for China to establish a military base there. Australian officials are scrambling to kill off that scenario, but the Pacific Island nation's refusing to back down, saying it wants to broaden cooperation with more countries. Here's Defence correspondent Andrew Green.
In the capital of one of Australia's closest but poorest neighbours, the reach of a rising regional power is clear to see. Beijing's money and assistance is increasingly embraced by Solomon Islands.
We're playing into the geostrategic tussle that's going on in the region.
Chinese anti-riot police have even begun training local officers. Now, revelations of a security pact being drawn up between Beijing and Honiara, allowing a possible military presence, have startled Australian officials and allies.
Well, we will see how this progresses. I mean, one of the ways you deal with your Pacific family is you deal with it as family.
A draft of the agreement first emerged online on Thursday, and today the Sogavare government issued a statement confirming the move while insisting the Solomons remain friends to all, enemies to none.
We don't see a role for an authoritarian regime to be obviously coming in a security environment in the region.
This is a precursor for a Chinese naval base not far off Australia's east coast.
Solomon Islands is strategically located just 2,000 kilometres northeast from the Australian mainland. Analysts are concerned if China establishes a military presence there, it could eventually block maritime traffic from the Pacific into the Indian Ocean, down to the Coral Sea and beyond. In recent years, the federal governments tried to counter China's growing regional influence by pouring millions of dollars into the so-called Pacific Step-Up program.
The Morrison government has been asleep at the wheel. I think this is a major foreign policy blunder.
News of the security deal emerged as Australia's High Commissioner met the Solomons Prime Minister, pledging to keep ADF and AFP personnel deployed there until the end of next year. Frantic, Australian efforts are continuing to try to limit aspects of this controversial deal before it's officially signed. In the words of one defence official, a Chinese base in the Solomons would be a worst-case scenario and something the ADF would struggle to counter for years. Andrew Green, ABC News, Canberra.
Well, a short time ago, the Foreign Ministry in Beijing responded to Defence Minister Peter Dutton's comments and concerns about China establishing a military base in Solomon Islands, saying they are irresponsible and unhelpful.
We hope the relevant party will see this objectively and calmly and refrain from over-interpreting it. It is irresponsible and unhelpful for regional stability and development for the individual Australian official to hype the fallacy of so-called China's coercion and deliberately create tensions.
Western allies have issued a stern warning to Russia, saying they will respond to any nuclear or chemical threat while shoring up their commitment to defend Ukraine. The rare show of unity took place at an emergency meeting of NATO, with new commitments made over military aid and tighter sanctions. A month into the Russian invasion, Ukraine's military says it started hitting high-value Russian targets, including this Russian landing ship and 2 other vessels in an occupied port. We have correspondents across the continent and we'll get the latest on the ground in Ukraine shortly. But first, let's hear from Steve Kinane in Brussels.
The most powerful leaders of the world's most powerful alliance. All smiles and handshakes, gathering for a summit aimed at ending a devastating war. These leaders soon heard from the president, who was not in the room, beamed in instead from a war zone.
The Ukrainian army has been resisting under unequal conditions. I have been repeating the same thing for a month now. To save people and our cities, Ukraine needs military assistance.
President Zelensky asked for 1% of NATO's tanks and planes. That idea was rejected.
I've got to tell you, logistically at the moment it looks very difficult for both with armour and with jets.
There are concerns amongst NATO leaders that Russia could be about to use chemical or biological weapons in Ukraine.
We would respond if he uses it. The nature of the response would depend on the nature of the use.
What's clear is NATO is being rapidly reshaped, and nations will need to bolster their contribution for years to come.
Putin was banking on NATO being split. Putin is getting exactly the opposite what he intended to have.
While President Biden says NATO has never been more united, these leaders face a range of crises, including war, an economic downturn, and millions of refugees heading over the border from Ukraine. Any of those crises on their own could challenge that unity.
Solving the problems of the world hasn't seemed this hard in a long time. Steve Kinane, ABC News, Brussels.
After a month of war, Ukraine has fended off what many predicted would be a quick Russian victory, but intense combat continues in key cities across the country. The United Nations estimating at least 1,000 civilians have been killed so far. Here's Barbara Miller.
1 month on, the Ukrainians keep defying the odds. They say this hit in the occupied port city of Berdyansk destroyed a Russian landing ship, the Russco, being used to unload military equipment in recent days. Kharkiv, Ukraine's second city close to the Russian border, continues to be hit hard.
All of a sudden, the ceiling began to fall on me. I put on some clothes, came outside, and everything was destroyed.
Intense combat continues in and around Kyiv. The unclaimed ashes of the dead are piling up at the city's main crematorium, numbered 2 or 3 for the month they died.
A month of full-scale war, total cruelty. The bombing of peaceful cities is as terrible as it was in Syria.
Mariupol is unrecognisable, littered with the collateral damage of this war. Now, to add to the horror, the city is reporting deaths from starvation.
My husband didn't live long enough to receive humanitarian aid. He had diabetes. He had nothing to eat and went into a coma and died.
Until the war began, this was Lviv's biggest art gallery. It's now been transformed into the city's main humanitarian aid distribution centre. Everything that's donated and ends up here goes to individuals or families who are now in Lviv, or it's sent out to those in need across Ukraine. Yulia is a ballerina, but there are no performances anymore, so she comes here every day to volunteer. She never expected the war to last a month.
I thought it would end much sooner. How can the people who attack us not understand how much pain and horror they bring? It's been a month and they're still doing it. I just don't understand.
The gallery's director turned manager of this massive logistical operation hopes Ukraine won't always be known just as the place Russia invaded.
After we win the war, you should come and see our art exhibitions. We have a lot to show you with our sculptors and many other unique artists.
Every evening the bells ring out over Lviv, a call for prayer and for help. Barbara Miller, ABC News, Lviv.
North Korea has tested a new type of missile banned under UN sanctions, capable of hitting multiple targets anywhere on Earth. The intercontinental ballistic missile reached an altitude of 6,200 kilometres, travelling through space before crashing in waters off Japan. By comparison, the International Space Station orbits Earth at just 400 kilometres above sea level. It's the first time Pyongyang has launched such a weapon since 2017, raising security concerns as the West is preoccupied with Ukraine.
These images from North Korean state media show the country launching its most powerful missile yet. Inside the isolated and secretive country, celebration. But elsewhere, condemnation.
North Korea is provoking the international community, even as it's responding to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We absolutely cannot tolerate this.
The launch comes after a flurry of weapons testing this year, which had prompted concern an intercontinental ballistic missile was on the cards. The move breaks a self-imposed moratorium announced before talks between North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and then US President Donald Trump.
The
government strongly condemns the launch, as it's a violation of UN Security Council resolutions.
The South quickly responded with its own show of force, conducting live fire drills from the air, sea and land. The military vowing it can strike the missile launch location.
Because of the world is kind of fixed on the Ukraine crisis, that either North Korea is trying to refocus attention on itself, or it thinks that because that we are so preoccupied that they may incur less repercussions.
Just before this launch, Russia was touting the prospects of building better relations with North Korea. Now, after this latest provocation, there's worry Moscow will try and use Pyongyang to further provoke the West and its allies. James Oaten, ABC News, Tokyo.
Let's return to our top story now. Australian journalist Cheng Lei, who has been detained in China for 19 months, will be put on trial next week on state secrets charges. The former television anchor for the Chinese government's English language broadcaster, CGTN, is facing accusations of providing intelligence to foreigners or foreign organisations. The charges could see her face anything from a short sentence to life behind bars. The trial is due to take place next Thursday, and it's unlikely Australian diplomats will be permitted to observe the trial. Returning to the Solomon Islands, where the Morrison government's concerned by plans that could see a Chinese military base established in the Pacific nation. Krisinrita Aomanu Leong is a Solomon Islands journalist and says the government is defending plans to expand security ties with China.
The Solomon Islands government today have released a press release, and they've come out to defend the country's approach, saying it is in line with its national security strategy and country's foreign policy of friends to all and enemies to none. The government have also come out to say it's their responsibility to protect the people of this country from fear and to live in dignity. But they must also broaden the partnerships with other countries such as China, so as to improve the quality of lives of the people in Solomon Islands, and as well as addressing the soft and hard security threats facing our country.
And what do we know about what's in the agreement?
What we do know about the leaked security agreement seems to provide sort of a framework for Chinese troops and military assets to be deployed to Solomon Islands. And that itself has brought in criticism from the Solomon Islands opposition, with the leader Matthew Wale critical of this proposed deal and claiming today that the government has no interest to share its thinking with the opposition side as it continues to deal with China, and also saying today that the document is fairly general and vague.
Well, Chinese police officers were recently deployed to Solomon Islands to help train local authorities following last year's deadly anti-government riots. Do they still have a presence there?
Yes, they still have presence here, as the local police force have been training with the replica, as it has been put out by the local police press release. So I believe that they are still here, here in the Solomons or here in Honiara, equipping and training the local force.
And what's been the reaction among locals in Solomon Islands? What do they make of this agreement?
I think this security agreement will be unpopular among Solomon Islanders, given that the people are used to seeing Australian forces as well as friends from the regional countries such as Fiji, Papua New Guinea, New Zealand, and so forth. And earlier today, I was speaking to a few locals on the streets of Honiara, and it's deeply concerning to note their worries and fears surrounding this draft security agreement and how this might look for the next generation. Some mothers are concerned or worried about their children, and fathers too concerned if the future of our country will be different from what it is now with regards to its security. And as Solomon Islanders still have fears of guns being used during the late 1990s, which many can remember as the ethnic tensions.
Well, Australia has long been the main security provider to Solomon Islands. For how much longer, though, will it retain this role?
I believe from the press release that's been given today, the Solomon Islands government have acknowledged the help that Australia continues to render to Solomon Islands. And at the same time, we've had the Australian High Commissioner also putting out on his Twitter that the international forces that have come to help Solomon Islands during the November riots last year will continue until next year, end of next year.
Chris and Rita Almanu Leong, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for having me.
The second black box from the crashed China Eastern Airlines plane has been found, according to Chinese media. 132 people are believed to be dead after the aircraft plummeted to the ground en route to Guangzhou. The flight data recorder stores information such as flight path, speed and engine power. It's hoped the data will reveal whether human error or technical problems caused the crash. The other black box, the cockpit voice recorder, has already been located and sent to a laboratory for analysis. The search for further remains continues after rain slowed the recovery operation. Scientists have raised concerns about food safety in the Marshall Islands after discovering high levels of a radioactive chemical in the ocean. They say the isotope known as strontium-90 has been largely ignored in the wake of US nuclear testing in the Pacific. Marianne Farr reports.
Researchers from Columbia University analysed ocean sediment in 2 nuclear bomb craters in the Marshall Islands, where testing occurred in the 1940s and 50s. They found high levels of the radioactive chemical strontium-90, which they say has been largely unreported until now. Strontium-90 is an isotope with a similar chemical structure to calcium. Scientists say if it gets into the body, it can displace calcium and cause cancer, particularly in the bones and blood. The findings have raised concerns about food safety on nearby islands, prompting calls for further research. Between 1946 and 58, the US government conducted 67 nuclear tests in the Marshall Islands, the equivalent of 7,000 Hiroshima explosions. Scientists are also calling on the US government to invest more in cleaning up the islands and repatriating locals who remain displaced more than 60 years on.
Returning to the war in Ukraine, where 10 million people have now fled their homes, according to the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. Several organisations are operating in neighbouring countries to provide humanitarian assistance. Red Cross aid worker Jessica Lech is near the Slovakia-Ukraine border. She describes how they're helping those in need.
We are working with the Ukrainian Red Cross, who have been working around the clock, actually, in terms of the number of people who've been displaced within Ukraine. So there are 30 reception centres there in Ukraine, in Western Ukraine, where we have people who are seeking shelter and safety. There's also a huge number of people who are living in host families, and there are those who have moved across the border and who are in transit, and those who have found a destination in a neighbouring country.
Where are most of these people moving to?
So we've seen the largest number of people crossing the border at Poland, also large numbers coming through Hungary, also Slovakia, Russia, Belarus, Moldova, Romania. However, we also know that people are continuing to move once they've crossed the border. There continue to be large numbers of people in Poland, but Germany, Czech Republic, Italy, Austria, these are all countries that we know that people are finding family, friends, connections, and potentially, a place where they could start to find a sustainable life for themselves in the interim.
And what numbers is the Red Cross seeing across Europe?
We have already assisted 800,000 people across the many countries that have been affected by people who've been moving from Ukraine into neighbouring countries. We have seen over 3.5 million people cross a national border, and we understand that there are 6.5 million displaced inside Ukraine itself. So these are people who need shelter and safety. We also have seen 18 million people in need of aid of some sort. So it's a massive undertaking. It's an emergency operation of the scale that you don't see very often.
What has their journey been like? Can you share with us some of their experiences?
People are telling us that they're just exhausted. It's been 1 month since the conflict broke out. Even for those people whose houses are not destroyed, they face, in those conflict areas, they face daily air raid sirens, which mean that they need to go down to bomb shelters in the middle of the night, taking their families. People have been sheltering in subway stations and trying to find safety wherever they can. The reception centres are difficult places. They're overstretched and strained, and people have travelled very long distances. So once they arrive in a safe place, whether that's in Western Ukraine or across the border, they're tired, they're grief-stricken, they're anxious. There's a lot of fear. As we know, most of the people crossing the border are women, children, and the elderly, and many adult men have remained behind in order to fight in this conflict. And so there's a lot of uncertainty. What will happen to loved ones who've been left behind, and what's the future of their country? So in that way, there's an incredible amount of work that we need to do to support these people in terms of their basic needs, but also in terms of their dignity and their well-being.
For how long are you expecting to provide aid to refugees from Ukraine?
I think most people who crossed over and who moved in the early days expected that this would be a short stay, a couple of weeks, a break from the relentlessness of living under, in a conflict situation. I think now people are starting to realise that this could last much longer, and their reserves are running out. With the huge destruction of housing stock in eastern Ukraine, we know that shelter and homelessness is going to be an enormous issue. And so with the reconstruction and rebuilding required, as well as a huge number of people who've lost their homes and their belongings, we can see that the recovery on this is going to be a very long journey.
How well placed are aid agencies to continue meeting those needs?
Well, this will be a joint effort. So we've already seen a community that's incredibly resilient. Within the Red Cross, they've had literally thousands of spontaneous volunteers many of them displaced themselves, who are volunteering within their own shelters, within their own communities, in order to support each other. So the Red Cross offers an opportunity to organise and support them. We've got access to a global supply chain, so we're able to bring things in from across Europe and further abroad, so that we can actually provide the material goods and assistance that people need, as well as the technical support that people need in water and sanitation, hygiene, camp management, these types of things. And so therefore we are well placed, but we will be also working with the people themselves and with national governments. This needs to be a strongly coordinated response. We need to make sure that we reach the highest possible standards and we all work together as the international community and also with those local communities that are at the front line of this.
And Jess, I know we're far away, but how can those of us in Australia help?
Well, the first round in terms of supporting people has been around material assistance. We've been putting a lot of material goods in the hands of people. But actually, when it comes to the medium term and the long term, what we really need is to provide financial support to people. We're setting up cash transfer programming so that we can actually put money into the hands of displaced people, which means that they're supporting the local economy and they can also make sure that they get what they need in a way that's dignified and appropriate to their needs. So people don't need blankets in the long term. They need to be able to buy their diabetes medication, get new shoes for their kids, and buy some school books for their children. And so Australians actually can support the Australian Red Cross Emergency Appeal, redcross.org.au, and make a contribution so that we can make sure that that assistance gets into the hands of people who've been affected by this conflict.
Well, thanks for sharing that information and for all the work that you and the Red Cross do. Thanks so much, Jess.
Thanks, Yvonne.
Former US President Donald Trump is suing Hillary Clinton and several other Democrats. Although Mr. Trump beat Mrs. Clinton in the 2016 presidential election, he's alleging they tried to rig the election by linking his campaign to Russia, claims a Republican repeated during his 4 years in office. The former president seeking compensation and punitive damages. It comes as Mr. Trump continues to push unfounded claims that his 2020 election defeat of Joe Biden was the result of widespread was a result of widespread fraud. You're watching The World. The top stories we're following tonight. Australian journalist Cheng Lei will face trial in China next week over charges relating to state secrets. The Solomon Islands government has defended plans that could see China establish a military base in the Pacific, and Western allies warn Russia it will respond to any nuclear or chemical threat as the war in Ukraine enters its second month. This week marks a month since Russia invaded Ukraine. A relentless Russian offensive has left a trail of destruction across several Ukrainian cities, including the capital, Kyiv. Aerial bombardment and artillery fire has left thousands dead and forced millions to flee their homes. But as we've witnessed, the Russian onslaught is being met with stubborn resistance, not only from Ukrainian forces, but civilians who refuse to surrender.
That they are engaged in a false flag operation to have an excuse to go in.
Dear Ukrainians, this morning President Putin announced a special military operation in the Donbass.
Anyone who tries to stop us and threaten our country and people should know Russia's response will be immediate and lead to consequences you have never faced in your history.
We will defend our independence. Glory to our defenders. Glory to Ukraine.
At first, we were scared, really scared. But now we are ready to fight.
We are shelled by Russians. We are all scared. Why us?
It's awful. It's very bad.
Today, the leadership of the NATO alliance gave the green light for further bombing of Ukrainian cities and villages, having refused to set up a no-fly zone.
The only way to actually implement something like a no-fly zone is to send NATO planes into Ukrainian airspace and to shoot down Russian planes, and that could lead to a full-fledged war.
It was a colossal effort by the whole town. We used hunting rifles, people threw bricks, old women loaded sandbags. The Russians didn't know where to look.
The time has come to restore territorial integrity and justice for Ukraine. Otherwise, Russia's losses will be such that it will take you several generations to recover.
The district where I'm living, it's like no houses which were not bombed.
There was an agreement on humanitarian corridors. Did it work? Russian tanks, Russian missiles, Russian mines worked instead of it.
Intentionally targeting civilians is a war crime.
There were dead bodies everywhere, and no one to take them away.
I don't want to leave Kyiv. Yeah, it's my home.
And that look back at the past month of war in Ukraine was produced by our editor, Karina Scott-McCaffer. Well, as the war rages on, Volodymyr Zelensky has told President Biden and European leaders who met in Brussels for a NATO summit that his nation was in a grey zone, struggling to hold on against a Russian occupation. Orysia Lucevich is head of the Ukraine Forum at Chatham House. She says after a month of war, Ukraine has shown its strength.
Many people, including those in Ukraine, have thought Ukraine would fall much faster, and there was a special fear of that special operation of taking down the president of Ukraine. There were news reports of 400 mercenaries hunting for his head. Obviously, that caused a lot of fear. But there was a tipping moment where actually President Zelensky refused the airlift of Biden and said, I am fighting here, staying here with my people. And of course, this war has been horrific, but it's incredible how much Ukraine showed that Russian armed forces are not invincible, and the damage it has caused to the personnel. When you think about it, during the 10 years of war in Afghanistan, Soviet Union lost roughly 15,000 people. Already in 1 month of war, Russians are losing roughly the same number according to different estimates. So it's been totally unexpected on both sides, I'm sure, and there's a very strong mobilization in Ukraine at the moment.
Although President Zelensky says Europe was a little too late in taking action against Russia by not sanctioning Moscow and blocking the Nord Stream 2 gas pipeline earlier.
Absolutely, a little too late. Back to 2014, Crimea was annexed, and that was a grave violation of international law, a land grab, virtually by force. And at that time, European sanctions were very weak. And then this conflict was simmering in Donbass for 8 years, taking everyday toll on Ukrainian people. And when foreign intelligence had all the information about invasion, again, the West refused to do these preemptive sanctions. Although I think that honestly there was quite serious arming of Ukraine, because we see today the outcome on the battlefield. It means that Ukrainian armed forces were prepared, there was intelligence sharing, and there was assistance coming from the West to ensure that Ukraine exactly demonstrates the results we see today.
And President Zelensky has also pleaded for his country's entry into the EU sooner rather than later. When might this happen, and how can it help Ukraine in this war?
Well, membership in the European Union is very important for Ukrainian society. Again, it all started in 2014 when former President Yanukovych hijacked that idea. This was the moment when Ukrainians were waving European flags, and 100 of them were shot by snipers right in the center of Kyiv. Let's remember those heroic people. So Ukrainians want to stay on the course of European integration because it's the future, because it's prosperous economy, because it's freedom and rule of law. So obviously now it's up to EU to put its act together, and we do know that some countries are against it. For example, Germany is very, cautious about offering Ukraine membership, the Netherlands. So Ukraine has still, despite all the suffering and show how Ukraine abides by European values, will still has to make its case.
What might the use of any possible nuclear weapon by President Putin mean for Russia and its standing in the world?
I think the fact that Putin already, I believe it was like the third or fourth day of invasion, he started, floating this nuclear threat and putting strategic armed forces on alert. Honestly, I think it's a sign of despair. It shows how little he can actually achieve on the ground. And should, God forbid, he decide to move into that scenario, it would be devastation. It would be the end of Putin regime, because we do hear out of the NATO summit in Brussels yesterday that the bloc, and I'm sure the whole world will take very seriously this act and will respond in a very strong manner. So Putin understands that this is his last, decision, that if he decides to take it. And it's not so easy to execute, because you also need to have consensus. There are a lot of people involved. So there are all these difficulties, especially put on the way to executing that decision. So no reckless individual can do it.
Meanwhile, there are still warnings that Belarus will join the war, especially with Russian troop morale and supplies running low.
Belarusian troops have even low combat capacity than Russians. They've never been in combat, and they don't have any experience. There's very low morale there too to fight in Ukraine. Overall in Belarus, most people want Belarus to remain neutral. This will not really change the situation on the ground. It will simply cause more deaths, but Belarusian troops will not help, honestly, Russians take over Kyiv.
US President Joe Biden is heading to Poland. What can he achieve there?
It's very important that the NATO bloc strengthens its eastern flank. This is because Russia is directly threatening also NATO's eastern flank. We've seen these ultimatums by Russia in December to actually claim right to decide what NATO does on the eastern bloc, but also because of the war. And we do see intensity of conflict in Ukraine, where targets are hit 60 kilometers from the Polish border. So any miscalculation could happen. There is a serious risk of a spillover effect. That is why it's so key for President Biden to be there, and for alliance to boost up its forward presence on the eastern flank.
Oresia Lutsevich, thanks so much. Meantime, the Australian government has placed sanctions on Belarusian President Alexander Lukashenko and his family. The latest round of sanctions also targets 22 people described as Russian propagandists and disinformation operatives. Foreign Minister Maurice Payne says President Lukashenko has provided strategic support to the Russian military, assisting its invasion of Ukraine. The other Russian figures sanctioned include senior editors of several major media organisations. Returning to the Solomon Islands, where the government has defended its push to expand security ties with China. It comes after a draft document about the deal was leaked online. Here's how locals in the capital, Honiara, have been reacting to the news.
Me a little bit worried. I'm a bit worried because people are talking about this, and I understand that China is a communist country.
My worry is that it will create a clash with countries we already have security ties with before.
My concern is that I'm worried about the children and their future. What will happen to them if they come into the country for security reasons?
As a citizen of this democratic country,
We do not need taka securities here. All we need is that we need just for government to support the police force and give them good training so that they keep the law and order in our country.
Federal MP and former elite soldier Andrew Hastie has given more damning testimony in the Ben Roberts-Smith defamation trial. Mr Hastie told the court he came to suspect the Victoria Cross winner had engaged in unlawful executions in Afghanistan. Under cross-examination, Mr Hastie was accused of sharing information with journalists to boost his political career.
When asked how he felt about Ben Roberts-Smith, Andrew Hastie didn't hesitate. "I don't dislike Mr Roberts-Smith at all. I pity him. I pity this whole process." But as his testimony wore on, it became clear there was more to it. By 2018, you regarded Mr Roberts-Smith to be an alleged murderer. Yeah, I had my suspicions. You regarded him to be someone who was a bully. Yes. Based on what others had told you. Yes. Mr Hastie conceded he'd had no substantial interactions with Mr Roberts-Smith since 2010, but said in that year, on SAS selection, the fellow war veteran had treated him like a scumbag. He had a very distinct instructional style. He was not the designated corporal punishment though, was he? No, but he availed himself of that. Under cross-examination, Mr Hastie agreed he'd had off-the-record conversations with investigative journalists Chris Masters and Nick McKenzie about war crimes concerning Ben Roberts-Smith. Arthur Moses SC suggested he'd exchanged that information for good publicity. Do you accept that it was a relationship where you would scratch his back and in return he would scratch your back, writing favourable articles? No, there was no back-scratching. Mr Roberts-Smith denies the allegations of wrongdoing. Mr Hastie told the court he believed the only way to preserve the SASR was for it to come clean about past mistakes. Ruby Cornish, ABC News, Sydney.
Clinical trials are set to get underway for 2 new COVID vaccines developed in Melbourne. It comes as millions of vulnerable Australians are advised to get a 4th dose.
From vaccine importer to exporter, Australia's need to buy overseas-made vaccines could soon be a thing of the past, with 2 homemade jabs set to begin clinical trials within months.
This is big for you guys.
It is, it's huge. Yeah. Am I getting too enthusiastic?
More than 100 healthy adults who've been triple dosed are being sought to take part in the trials in Melbourne to ensure the future health of the nation.
If it's not coronavirus, it might be another virus in the future.
The new vaccines work by targeting the tip of the virus spike protein, the so-called hand at the end of the arm that reaches out to infect healthy cells. The 2 shots take a different approach, but have the same aim, kick-starting the body's immune system.
We shouldn't just be bystanders here and watch what's happening elsewhere in the world. We need to make our own scientific contribution.
If trials are successful, it could help make Australia a vaccine manufacturing hub.
So when Fiji needed vaccines, who did they call? Australia.
With just over 2/3 of eligible Australians having received a booster, the Commonwealth Advisory Group has now recommended a 4th COVID vaccine dose for the 5 million Australians most at risk.
These are adults 65 years and over, Indigenous Australians 50 years and over, aged care and disability residents, people aged 16 years and older who are severely immunocompromised.
There's no word if that advice will be extended to the rest of the population, but the government is hoping a once-a-year shot could soon be a reality.
Our planning is to be able to provide a whole-of-population annual booster.
As the pandemic continues, the Health Minister's emergency powers aren't. Biosecurity provisions will lapse next month, which includes testing requirements for international travellers coming to Australia. Andrea Niehoff, ABC News, Melbourne.
Swarms of crabs have emerged from Cuba's forests earlier than expected. The crabs usually migrate during the spring rains and make the trip down to the sea each year. Their numbers have swelled during the pandemic, with fewer motorists on the road. However, now that tourists are returning to the island, they once again present a danger to the migrating crustaceans. This weekend is Oscars weekend in LA, and this year Netflix dominates the studios with no fewer than 27 nominations, including for the most prestigious award, Best Picture for The Power of the Dog. But not everyone in the movie-making business is happy about the huge success of streaming services.
Hollywood is changing, revolutionised by the streaming services which now dominate the Oscars too. Scott Stuber is often described as the most important man in the business.
Power of the Dog, Best Picture, how are you feeling about it?
I'm nervous, right? I think, whenever you've got a chance, you're always nervous.
25 years since our first run together.
Netflix has 12 nominations, nearly half its total, for its period western, The Power of the Dog.
What you doing?
What will success look like for you? Is it to win Best Picture?
Well, you'd love that. I think we're all going in that room, all the 10 films that are nominated, with that hope and that dream. It matters whenever you're making film is, can you make a film where the people involved can be considered best in class?
The preparations at LA's Dolby Theatre are beginning for an awards that celebrate the best of the movies. But with more than 200 million subscribers to Netflix alone, the way we watch movies has changed dramatically since the Oscars started more than 90 years ago.
And with the streamers only offering short cinema releases at best before their films are rolled out on the small screen, some accuse them of killing cinema.
Oh, well, do pardon me.
Even The Power of the Dog star Benedict Cumberbatch has complained about the impact on the big screen experience.
Real as possible.
He criticised you and said, he felt like he was working for Goliath that is killing David. You are a film lover.
Did
surely
he say that?
yeah,
Did he say that?
he did. I'm afraid he did. And you're the film lover, surely in your heart, you want longer release times in cinemas. You want people to see films like The Power of the Dog in cinema.
Yeah, completely. And then you think about the audience on Netflix. The size of the audience for that film is huge compared to what it would be.
I want you to meet my cousin, Russell Buffalino.
What Stuber says matters. He's brought some of the world's biggest directors to Netflix, including Martin Scorsese, who made The Irishman, as well as Alfonso Cuarón and Steven Spielberg.
You cannot go around saying to people that there's a 100% chance that they're going to die.
And big stars too, like Meryl Streep. Don't Look Up is also nominated for Best Picture this year.
Do you think the way we'll watch movies will change? What will it look like in 10 years, in 50 years?
I still think the same. To be honest, I don't think there's a better version to watch a film than on a big screen or on a big screen in your home. I don't think that those two things will change. I do think there are obviously people now who watch them on an iPad or a cell phone.
Does that offend you? If someone tells you they've watched
it bums me out a little bit, but then I kind of go, well, you know what, that's their choice.
What matters this week, though, is the Oscars showdown in LA and the chance, when it comes to Best Picture, for Netflix to prove it really does have all the power.
To cricket, and Australia has defeated Pakistan in the final test by 115 runs.
Bowls in, stumps, out of the ground. What a fitting end.
The final wicket went to Pat Cummins, marking Australia's first Test series win in Asia since 2011. Cummins was also awarded Player of the Match, while Usman Khawaja earned Batter of the Match. To AFL now, and Sydney's on the verge of defeating Geelong in tonight's clash at the SCG, but it's been overshadowed by this big moment for Swan star Buddy Franklin.
The legend becomes immortal.
That was Franklin's 1,000th goal, making him just the 6th player in VFL AFL history to ever hit quadruple figures. The moment caused thousands of fans to storm the pitch. Players formed a ring around Franklin to ensure he wasn't completely mobbed before being escorted from the ground. He's described it as an unforgettable moment for him and his family.
Surreal. It was an amazing moment. It really was. I think a lot of hard work to get there. Been playing for 18 years, so a lot of hard work to get there, but I wouldn't have been able to get there without having some great teammates around me to provide those assists.
And your family are all here tonight, obviously your wife and your family. And
yeah, it is. Mum, Dad, obviously with COVID the last couple of years, haven't been able to see them as much, so it's just nice to have all my family, obviously my wife, and I think my Tallulah came. I'm not sure about Rocky, whether he made it through, but fingers crossed he stayed for the 4 quarters.
Australia will have to take the long route to soccer's World Cup finals after losing a crucial qualifying match last night. The Socceroos were missing some of their biggest stars and were comprehensively outplayed by a fast and skillful Japanese side. Here's National Sport reporter David Mark.
This was a night when the scoreboard did lie.
The goal is in! Japan have struck surely the crucial blow!
It took until the last few minutes for Japan to break a 0-0 deadlock, but the reality was they were clearly superior all night.
I've been saying it for a long time. I just don't think this squad's good enough. I just don't think the players in this squad are good enough.
The lead-up for the Socceroos couldn't have been worse, with first-team players dropping out of the squad because of injury or COVID. Then coach Graham Arnold tested positive and had to sit out the few training sessions the squad had together.
Japan are obviously a top side, and it's full credit to them, but, we've got to, brush the dust off and get ourselves ready.
In front of a crowd of 42,000, the Socceroos looked to have a dream start with a Japanese own goal.
The ball has gone in, but the referee's whistle has gone for an infringement.
But much of the action was at the other end of the Olympic Stadium.
And again, it's off the crossbar, and Matt Ryan will claim, and Minamino is denied again.
Australia's best chance came via its best player, Aiden Hrustic, early in the second half.
And it's wide.
Japan kept pushing and were rewarded with their 2 goals, both to substitute Kaoru Mitoma.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's 2. It's all over in Sydney.
The loss means Australia finishes third and will have to win 2 sudden death matches to make the World Cup. But if Australian soccer supporters are downcast today, they've got nothing on the Italians. The 4-time world champions will miss a second consecutive World Cup after a shock 1-0 loss to lowly but jubilant North Macedonia. David Mark, ABC News.
Before we go recapping our top stories, Australian journalist Cheng Lei will be put on trial in China over state secret charges. While Australia expresses concern, Solomon Islands and China defend a plan to strengthen their security ties. And Western allies reaffirm their commitment to defend Ukraine by committing to more military aid. And that's your world for this Friday evening. You can always catch the show on iView, and more world news interviews can be found at the ABC's YouTube channel. I'm Yvonne Yong. Have a great weekend.
Acquitted for murder.
I've had to spend 12.5 years in prison, something I didn't do.
After revelations of planted evidence.
I would rate this case as one of the most extraordinary cases I've ever been involved in.
And a family still waiting for answers.
We want justice for Stacey.
It's almost like it's all been swept under the carpet now.
Tell me, what happened to my baby sister?
The Cost of Justice on Australian Story. Monday at 8 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
The worst possible place for human beings to live in the face of climate change would be Australia.
Future forecast.
It's just far worse than we all expect it's going to be.
Collectively, we have not done enough.
Question is, how bad are we willing to let it get?
The human impact of our climate in crisis.
I'm incredibly angry that so many people died.
The world has to understand that this is a make or break moment.
Four Corners, Monday, ABC TV and ABC iView.
Every day, Australia's pathology teams work tirelessly to keep us and our loved ones safe from disease. Pathology teams have led the fight against COVID-19. So who are the people behind the tests? They are the hidden heroes of healthcare that carry out all our vital pathology tests, contributing to 70% of all medical decisions. Tests during pregnancy, newborn screening, detecting cancer, and countless other medical conditions. Thank you, pathology.
This town has just lurched from one disaster to another.
Having your house burned down works really well. You get rid of everything. It's like a big clean out.
Malakuta needs to advocate for what we want.
We feel we know best about what we need.
You can't leave it to the bureaucracies.
We are having a Malakuta election.
There'll be no chance that they'll choose me.
The opportunity is now to build back better.
People's Republic of Malakuta starts April 5 on ABC TV and ABC iView.
I think on election night, we're all hoping for that little moment when you see politicians drop their guard.
After the polls close at 6 p.m, it goes quiet. So you're waiting for that clock to tick.
The campaigning's over and they tell us what they really think.
Yeah, this is what the nation's waiting for. It's big.
It's also fascinating to see a bit more from our politicians, how they handled victory, how they handled defeat.
And that defeat speech, it's the moment where you see them at their most honest, their most raw. There is nothing like it.
It doesn't change who you are.
The Prime Minister told Parliament he had many
justice and humanity. Hello, Michael Tetlow with the headlines on ABC News. Ukraine's military says it started hitting high-value Russian targets, including this Russian landing ship and 2 other vessels in an occupied port. Australian officials want to kill off a push by China to establish a military base in the Solomon Islands close to the Queensland coast. The Morrison government is warning an authoritarian regime should have no security role in the Pacific. North Korea has tested a new type of missile capable of hitting multiple targets anywhere on Earth. It reached an altitude of 6,000 kilometres, travelling through space before crashing in waters off Japan. Australian journalist Chung Lei, who's been detained in China for more than 19 months, will be put on trial next week on state secrets charges. The former television anchor is facing accusations of providing intelligence to foreigners or foreign organisations. A 4-year-old girl's been found alive in bushland in southern Tasmania after going missing for more than 48 hours. Shayla Phillips was found about a kilometre away from her family home. And Australia has secured a 1-0 series win against Pakistan after winning the 3rd test in Lahore by 115 runs. Those are the headlines from ABC News. Bye for now.
This is DW News live from Berlin. Counter-attack. Ukraine hits back against Russian forces near Kyiv. Ukraine's outgunned military reports success retaking some areas west of the capital. But the country's population is paying a heavy price. Also coming up, U.S. President Joe Biden visits NATO ally Poland to meet with American troops near the border with Ukraine. The trip comes after Mr. Biden announced an energy deal with the EU to curb Europe's reliance on Russian oil and gas. Hi, everyone. I'm Layla Harak. Thank you so much for joining us. We start this broadcast with the latest from the ground in Ukraine, where there are signs of Ukrainian forces retaking territory and pushing back Russian forces. Intelligence reports say Ukraine has reclaimed areas west of Kyiv and destroyed a ship in Russian-held territory. When Russia launched its invasion a month ago, it expected a quick rout. Against all odds, Ukrainian forces continue to keep one of the world's biggest armies at bay. But that resistance has come at a terrible price.
Mariupol in eastern Ukraine has come to symbolize the devastation Russian bombardment has wrought. Most of the city has seen terrible destruction. People trapped here struggle to find food or water. Ukrainian officials now believe some 300 people could have died in last week's strike on a theater there. Hundreds had been seeking shelter in the building when it was leveled by a Russian bomb. Here in Mykolaiv, near the Black Sea, a rocket hit Tatiana's building. Her neighbors were killed. Her home is now wrecked, but she is staying put. We will stay in Mykolaiv and will be here until the end. I will go back to work. My company is still operating. I hope to carry on working. But while Russia keeps bombing from afar, its advance into Ukraine's main cities has mostly stalled. Ukrainian forces are pushing back. On the front line in Irpin, just outside the capital Kyiv, Ukrainian forces have repelled the Russians with a series of counterattacks, as this commander explains.
The Russians don't have the combat power. My men are hitting their supplies, and in Kyiv,
armed citizens would be shooting from every window and door.
Ukraine's defenses are holding. Vladimir Putin's hopes of a lightning-quick war dashed. But this battle comes at a high price, especially for human lives. It's hard to verify how many people have been killed in this war. In a crematorium in Kyiv, dozens of urns lay unclaimed. The relatives of the dead have fled, and they had to leave their loved ones' remains behind.
Well, tracking developments for you in Ukraine is our correspondent Fanny Fashar. She joins us from the western Ukrainian city of Lviv. A terrible humanitarian toll, Fanny, that this war has taken so far. We understand also now 300 people were killed in the bombing of the Mariupol theater last week. What more have you learned?
Reportedly 300, Leila, because we do not know the exact number. In fact, last week we heard that at least 1,000 people were hiding in that theater, waiting to leave through a humanitarian corridor. But that corridor never came. What came instead was this attack by Russia, even though in big letters in Russian it said children in front of the theater. Now, Russia claims that they're only interested in military infrastructure. This clearly wasn't one. This was a place, a shelter for people who already went through so much. We will not know at this point the exact number. It's really hard to verify. But alone the fact that at least 300 people were killed in that really sent shockwaves across Ukraine. But even prior to that, when this attack happened, because people are asking themselves just how far Russia and the Russian military is capable of going and wants to go in this war in Ukraine.
And Fanny, in another disturbing development, Ukraine is accusing Russia of abducting thousands of civilians evacuated from cities like Mariupol. Can you tell us more about these accusations that are being leveled by the Ukrainian leadership?
Just like with so many information that we've heard during this war, there are claims and counterclaims. So yes, Ukraine claims that about 400,000 people have been forcibly removed from different parts of Ukraine. Russia again claims that roughly 400,000 people voluntarily wanted to come to Russia, mostly from the Donbas region. Now, the UN or a human rights team of the United Nations announced that they're going to look into this allegation, specifically into the allegation that about 6,000 people have been forcibly removed from Mariupol. So at this point, we do not know actually whether this is true or not. What we do know, however, that the humanitarian catastrophe, not only in Mariupol, but also in Chernihiv and other places, goes on, and people would like to leave these places. The question really is how, when, and just how fast.
And Fanny, in conclusion, Ukraine's army is reporting some major successes in retaking some areas west of the capital at a very heavy price to the population. What's the morale like around you?
Depends really which morale we refer to. Is it about Ukrainian civilians? Then I can tell you for sure that hundreds of thousands of people are here in Lviv, either temporarily stranded, to say so, because they can't just simply decide to leave Ukraine and where to go to start their new life. And of course, nearly 4 million people have left Ukraine already. So clearly they want to leave, more people want to leave, as well as more millions are internally displaced in this country. When it comes to the morale at the front line, soldiers, of course, both women and men who are at that front line need some positive news desperately, and this is what the Ukrainian government is giving them, at least since yesterday, saying that they do make some progress there in Kyiv to the north and to the east of the city, and also, of course, reportedly that Russian ship was destroyed near Mariupol, close to Mariupol. But in terms of the morale all around, it's a mixed picture, because we have to understand that this war is going into the second month now. So really the question is just how strong this resistance will be as all of this continues here in Ukraine.
Fanny Fashar reporting from Lviv, Ukraine. Fanny, thank you very much. Well, the US and the EU have announced a plan to reduce European countries' dependence on Russian gas. At a joint news conference with EU Commission Chief Ursula von der Leyen, President Joe Biden said that the US would increase its deliveries of liquefied natural gas to Europe by 15 billion cubic meters this year, replacing 1/10 of Russia's gas supply. He also said the current crisis is an opportunity to boost renewable energy sources.
On his first trip to Europe since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, US President Joe Biden is stepping up efforts to assist EU allies, announcing a task force to reduce Europe's reliance on Russian fossil fuels.
We're going to work to ensure an additional 15 billion cubic meters of liquefied natural gas, LNG, for Europe this year. And as the EU works to discontinue buying Russian gas well before 2030, it will also work to ensure additional EU market demand for 50 billion cubic meters of LNG from the United States annually by 2030.
With almost half of the EU's natural gas coming from Russia, the European Commission President said it sends a clear message that Europe won't help fuel Russia's war.
Mr. President, dear Joe, this war will be a strategic failure for Putin. So we want, as Europeans, to diversify away from Russia towards suppliers that we trust, that are friends, and that are reliable.
On Thursday, Western powers gathered in Brussels for back-to-back meetings of NATO, the EU, and G7. Topping the agenda, confronting the unprecedented threat to Europe's stability and the unpredictable aggression of Russia's war against Ukraine. NATO's chief reaffirmed his support for Ukraine and a response if Russia deploys a nuclear or biological attack.
Our top military commander, General Walters, has activated NATO's chemical, biological, radiological and nuclear defense elements, and allies are deploying additional chemical and biological and nuclear defenses to reinforce our existing and new battle groups.
For Moscow, they promised more punishment and isolation, including new sanctions against hundreds of individuals and entities. G7 leaders announced that they'll restrict the Russian central bank's use of gold. Major wheat producers, Canada and the US said they'd increase exports to help combat the growing food security crisis caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But Ukraine's president appealed for more military support and called out the bloc for not taking action against Russia fast enough.
You've applied sanctions, and we're grateful. These are powerful steps, but it was a little late, because if it was preventive, Russia would not have gone to war. No one knows for sure, but at least there was a chance.
With nearly 4 million Ukrainians having fled the war, Biden announced plans to welcome 100,000 refugees before leaving for Poland to assess the humanitarian situation on the border with Ukraine. While the West offers assurances by piling more pressure on Russia and pivoting away from its energy supply, the fighting rages on into its second month. Urgency to find peace and stability has never been more pressing.
Well, just hours after agreeing on a new energy deal with the EU, U.S. President Joe Biden traveled to Poland, near the border with Ukraine, where he met with Polish President Andrzej Duda in the southeastern city of Rzeszów. It's home to a U.S. airbase where the U.S. military serves alongside Polish troops as part of NATO. Mr. Biden will next travel on to the Polish capital, Warsaw, for more talks on the West's military, humanitarian, and economic response to Russia's war on Ukraine. And speaking at that very meeting with President Duda and military officials, Mr. Biden was clear about what he thinks was the way forward and what he thinks of Vladimir Putin. Take a listen.
The single most important thing that we can do from the outset is keep the democracies united in our opposition and our effort to curtail the devastation that is occurring at the hands of a man who, I quite frankly, think is a war criminal. And I think it will meet the legal definition of that as well.
U.S. President Joe Biden there speaking a little while ago. Now, a Ukrainian runner who fled her country last month today won the Jerusalem Marathon. Valentina Veretska left Ukraine with her 11-year-old daughter, while her husband, who's incidentally also her coach, stayed behind. She told DW News that fans back home had urged her to run for peace.
Just a few weeks ago, Valentina Veretska was fleeing for her life. Now the Ukrainian marathon runner is trying to promote peace around the world, starting with the Jerusalem Marathon. Before the race, she told DW about the support she still has back home.
And I have a lot of message from Ukraine kids, you know, from Ukraine athletes, from a lot of people from Ukraine. For you know, they wish peace, and they very wish I'm speak here about peace.
It was unusually wet and cold for the start of the Jerusalem race. But after the journey she has been on, she just felt relief to be running again. The race was a mixed event, so she cleverly used male runners as pace setters in a bid to be the first woman to cross the line. She achieved her goal and celebrated with the Israeli and Ukrainian flags. She hopes to soon be reunited with her husband, who is also her coach, but has remained in Ukraine after the Russian invasion. She vowed to do even better in the race next year.
It's difficult weather today, but time is perfect, and I promise next year when I will come with my husband, we break this record, and usually marathon have new record, but 2023, I promise it.
It is a medal that means so much after a terrible month for her family. She's yet another Ukrainian sports star doing incredible things in the face of adversity.
You're watching DW News from Berlin. Lots more coming up at the top of the hour. For now, I'd like to thank you for making us part of your day. And until next time, take care of each other.
We like our technology. We believe in our technology.
It's automated to a level where one person can operate it.
This isn't a 70s disco, it's a paddock. But here, there's no soil to till, no bugs or disease to contend with, and whether it's sunny outside doesn't matter in the slightest, thanks to the tens of thousands of twinkling LED lights. This is vertical farming, where the crop is grown entirely inside an industrial warehouse.
Basically go from seed to harvest of green leafy vegetables, salad greens, herbs inside about a 28-day period.
It looks and is pretty high-tech. Fully operational, the vertical farm can produce around 500 kilograms of cut leafy greens per week, 52 weeks a year. And it's almost entirely automated.
We're sitting in the control room of what we call an XA series automated warehouse growing system. And it's automated to a level where one person can operate it totally.
Today, that one person is John Leslie, a director of Vertical Farm Systems. With just the click of a mouse, John's able to set the entire harvest and planting process in motion. First, seeds are planted via an automatic seeder directly into clay pebbles, then watered with something dramatically referred to as an organic germination accelerant, and transported down the line to their new home for the next month.
The system moves that growing tray towards a climate cell. It lifts it to the correct level. There are 8 levels in a climate cell. And then it opens the door relevant, pushes in the tray, and the tray will stay in there for 28 days while it grows.
Meanwhile, inside the climate cell, everything is kept under control by computers. Light, water, humidity and temperature are all strictly regulated by large dehumidifiers and about 60,000 LED lights. The crop is what's referred to as bioponic. Biologically active microbes are added to the clay pebbles to maximise plant health and growth. But it's different to hydroponic because while it's soilless, it's not grown in water, although the crop does still get a good drink.
We use a flood and drain system, so basically in the 28 days nothing touches the leaf. There's no top watering, so that leaf that comes out is sort of pharmaceutical grade food almost.
At the end of the grow cycle, the mature plants are lowered onto the transport rails and automatically harvested. The bench is washed and sterilised, organic matter collected for composting, and the clay pebbles recovered and reused. Then the whole process begins again.
A cycle for a tray is 12 minutes to plant it and to put it into the cell, and for the other tray that is pushed out of the other end of the cell to come down and to get harvested and then to be washed and reloaded and ready to seed again.
This technology has taken almost a decade to develop, troubleshoot and fine-tune. It obviously raises questions, though, about replacing jobs. An operation of this size would generally be manned by a dozen or more people. In the building phase, it's taken a lot of manpower.
We had to engineer and design the whole system and make sure that it's structurally correct and functionally correct. And then looking for suppliers, we had to get a lot of tooling made for injection moulding and casting and extruding. And now we have 43 suppliers globally that provide all our components for us.
And it's all happening here, tucked away inside a shed on a picturesque farm near the small township of Yandina on Queensland's Sunshine Coast.
We envisaged 2 years, but understanding the concept of vertical farming and the risks and hazards in relation to the medium that you use, the nutrients that you use, the ability to be sustainable, has made it a lot longer journey than what we thought it was going to be, but we're sort of here now. So 9 years on, the journey's been worth it.
The thing about creating a farm environment for yourself is you can pretty much do it anywhere, including at these bustling inner-city food markets where all the action happens from inside shipping containers.
We're actually 3 metres wide by 3 metres high and 12 metres in length. So we're the same length as a traditional shipping container, but we're actually a little bit wider and a little bit higher. That enables us to be able to produce larger amounts of leafy greens in our system and give the plants an optimal space to be able to grow in.
James Pateris grew up on a more traditional broadacre farm in Victoria.
I left the family farm during a devastating drought period. So when I decided to return in the space of ag tech. The tower actually is held in by a bulkhead and a gutter system, and that's where obviously the water is captured and recycled.
Modular farming, as it's known, is similar to vertical farming, with a few key differences. It's smaller and hydroponic. They're well established in the US and Canada, but still finding their place in Australia. Leafy greens are grown in 230 vertical towers, under special lights positioned to promote the best growth. The lights vary over a 24-hour period to simulate day and night.
A lot of our air is recycled. We retreat the air through a UV light, and then we actually dehumidify that air and then feed it through to the system. With the dehumidification, we actually capture a lot of our water. So we're currently in a full farm. We're about 40 litres of water a day required, and we think that we could probably get that down to a zero requirement of external water.
This entire container farm can be controlled from a smartphone. However, it still requires a substantial time investment from people, about 25 hours a week.
We've achieved yields of around 4 tonnes a year of spinach and kale, and we produce about 1.5 tonnes worth of herbs a year. In terms of lettuce, depending on the size of lettuce that you're growing, you can achieve up to about 1,000 heads of lettuce a week.
How you going, Pete? Awesome, looking good. Yeah, straight out of the farm, cut today.
For now, the farm grows produce that's sold to the vendors at the markets.
A lot of them are interested in growing different types of herbs or fancy produce for a lot of their garnishes that they put on their food.
The main perk of container farming is what's happening outside really doesn't matter. So remote or isolated places where the climate can be harsh and getting access to fresh seasonal produce is difficult could really benefit.
We did a lot of research around food miles and the supply chain logistics of getting fresh food from our traditional sources. Areas in rural and isolated Australia were initially where we thought the modular farm would serve best. And of course, mining towns, where there's a large consortium of people there who demand fresh food.
But like lots of new technologies, the question most people have is, what does it cost?
At the moment, the modular farm costs about $148,000. The idea of it is that they'll be able to plug and grow once that farm is delivered. We always stress to our customers that they still need to become farmers and learn a lot about farming as they go.
And aside from the initial cost outlay, there are also running costs to consider. The big one, unsurprisingly, is electricity.
To run the modular farm, it would cost about $65 a day, and the farm itself uses on-grid electricity for now. We're also developing an off-grid module as part of our farming suite.
The vertical farming system from Yandina is also not cheap.
The facility next door with the 3 climate cells and all the automation is around about the $1.2 million mark in Australian dollars. 38% of our grow cost is electricity, so it is a capital-intensive program.
Originally, John and Ashley dreamt of taking their technology to the most needy countries and feeding the world. Now, the men are more realistic about the market for their farm systems, targeting people less concerned about the price of food and more interested in quality, freshness and food miles.
At the moment, Canada, for example, is importing up to 95% of its salad greens from South America or California, and there's no reason they can't grow them locally with this kind of technology.
It was a great harvest. That new lettuce is wonderful.
Excellent.
Yeah, getting a really good yield off that.
Alrighty, I'll go and put these in the fridge and leave you guys to it.
Thank you.
They plan to export the machinery, install it, commission it, and stay on for 28 days to ensure the first successful crop. But they're also hoping to find markets at home.
We'd like to be the joint venture or license, but we want to be the farmer in Australia. We see passionately that we care about the food and the quality of the food. We like our technology, we believe in our technology.
So this end of the factory here is our seeding end. So we grow.
And on Saturdays, they give anyone who's interested a chance to come and see what they're up to.
We take them in, give them a taste test, they have a pick and look around, and I think the scale of it surprises some people that it's as large and sophisticated as what it is.
The other thing that we do is when you're above relative 35% humidity, we actually become a water producer. So these 3 cells here will make about 12,000 litres of distilled water every month.
Visitors also get to see the other outside elements of the farm and how it all fits together.
We've got 69 acres here, so there's probably about 50 of that we've got the cattle on. We're heading to around about 150 head.
The cattle are grown on paddocks where the nutrient that comes from the vertical farm is used to improve soil quality and watered using rainwater collected off the shed. They catch and store about 3 million litres here on an average year.
Cattle are happy, got nice big green grass. We're hoping that that's going to help us when through dry spells.
They've recently opened up a farm shop at their regional warehouse. People can see and buy the homegrown beef and, of course, the leafy greens, all harvested and packed the day prior.
Salad mix there, which is...
We're wanting to start the discussion about the quality of food that can be produced in this sort of environment. So to do that, you need to let people see it, touch it, feel it, and actually experience what it looks like in a farm like this.
Some people call them the farms of the future. But they're already here, and they're growing almost as quickly as what's growing within them, and challenging the way we think about producing food.
We don't believe that we're going to expel all the traditional farmers, but what we're able to do is introduce another means in which food can be sourced and can be sourced locally.
Once we're up and running, we'd like to expand here, double our production. Yeah, I'm sure it'll only be the start of the next journey.
I actually enjoy racist humor and misogyny. I think that's awesome. I think we need more racist jokes, to be honest. Isn't there some part of you that thinks like that's not really where I want to be?
Forbidden America. Stream now on ABC iView or Sunday 8:30 on TV+.
What is the effect of telling and hearing diverse stories?
The mood, obviously, of Ukrainians has been changing kind of dramatically.
The world needs to act now.
Houses and locations that have never flooded before are flooding.
Get a different perspective.
Look at this panel. This is a dream come true, this panel.
On the stories of the day.
I found the last 10 minutes of this show pretty extraordinary.
Just stand there and do that. It all counts.
The Drum, weeknights on ABC TV and ABC iView. Australia's roadmap to recovery. What the make or break budget means for the government, the country and for you. From 7:30, the Treasurer's speech, then all the interviews and expert analysis in the ABC News Budget Special. Budget Night 2022, Tuesday, ABC TV, iView, radio and online.
This town has just lurched from one disaster to another.
You can't leave it to the bureaucracies to lead you out of this.
Malakuta needs to advocate for what we want.
People's Republic of Malakuta starts April 5 on ABC TV and ABC iView. Basketball's best are booming to the finals. Stream every electrifying play live on ABC iView.
What a statement.
The WNBL Finals. Stream all finals live on ABC iView.
Who you are.
The Prime Minister told Parliament he had been
justice and humanity.
Well, welcome to the Friday briefing. It's the end of a week before a significant week that really matters for the Morrison government. We've got a bit of ground to cover today. We've got The Guardian Australia's Amy Ramikis. Amy will be joining us here in Canberra. Journalist and host of the political podcast Left, Right, Out, Justine Landis-Hanley will be joining us from Melbourne. Journalist, commentator and occasional provocateur, Janine Perrott, is with us, and national correspondent for the Sydney Morning Herald, Matthew Knott in Sydney too. But before we dive into that discussion, here's a reminder of how the week unfolded as collated by our video editor, Paul Neeshaw.
The opposition leader turned up at a polling booth only for things to go down.
That's not good. Okay. You're right? Yeah. I forgot my belt.
I am so lucky to have the most incredible family support around me, none more so than from Annabelle.
Last night it was all about Labor. Delivering a landslide win that ousted the one-term Liberal government.
True satisfaction for us comes in realising our ambition, our ideal of delivering a fairer, better society and more opportunity for those who need it most.
You have to forgive me, I'm killing for a coffee.
It's a loss the Morrison government will be watching closely on the eve of this year's federal election.
Anthony Albanese is not Peter Malinauskas. He's not any of the other premiers.
Labor's raw wounds were exposed today as political power brokers gathered to farewell Kimberley Kitching in Melbourne.
And of course there's a lot I could say about the unpleasantness of a cantankerous cabal, not all of them in Parliament, that was aimed at Kimber. And the intensity of it did baffle and hurt her.
Anthony Albanese is in hiding and won't address. He has gone into complete hiding. Frankly, I think it's pretty gutless.
There was no complaint made at any stage. We won't take lectures from this Prime Minister who hates transparency.
Russia has been obliterating Ukrainian towns from the air.
Ukraine's president says the southeastern city of Mariupol has been razed to the ground.
Russia has inflicted the single deadliest attack on Ukrainian forces.
The situation is dangerous, and especially in such cities as Mariupol, it's desperate.
We need to declare that we're going to win, instead of talking about what we can't do or shouldn't do.
Say that people matter, freedom matters, peace matters, Ukraine matters.
Economic and international events are all in the election mix.
You've done it right. Yeah. Well done, Peter.
Everyone and everything is a prop in the election roadshow.
This is Norman.
Ahead of the coming campaign, Scott Morrison is meeting as many locals as possible.
Excellent. Say hello to my little friend. On the move. Here we go. He's in very good shape.
The destiny is fulfilled.
It's been a hell of a journey. I wouldn't change a thing, and I certainly have no regrets.
I do want to say thank you to Ash for inspiring a country, inspiring a nation, at a time when this country really needed a good shot in the arm.
For now, though, it's game, set and match.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Sure was a week that offered a bit of variety, wasn't there? Now, we're very proud to say on afternoon briefing that we've had some, well, Friday briefing, in fact, that we've had some brilliant discussions and panels, but we've brought out the big guns this Friday with a crack panel. Amy Ramikis, Justine Landis-Hanley, we've got Matthew Knott and Janine Perrott with us too. So why don't we start with you, Amy, and the budget. Expectations running high. They've been building, in fact, for a very long time around cost of living relief. relief. What do you reckon we can expect? Dollops of cash?
I think we can absolutely expect dollops of cash. I think we can expect the coalition to use this as its election war chest. And that's why we're hearing so much about interim cost of living relief for lower and middle class earners. So you're going to see things like maybe something to do with the fuel excise. You're going to see just a cash grab. So we're talking $900 at this stage. But what we're not going to see is the people who really need that money. That's the people who are already living on the poverty line receive anything. And the sad truth about that is because the government figures that they don't vote for them, so it's not particularly worth it.
All right, Justine, fuel excise touched on there by Amy. Is this sound policy or stuff that could very easily wash away in the blink of a price fluctuation globally?
I mean, I think one of the big problems is that even if a fuel excise is brought in, it could then be very difficult to, even if the fuel excise is reduced, it could still take a very long time to bring it back in, which is what we saw when the Howard government put a freeze on it. It took a very long time for it to be brought back. I would say, though, that a big thing missing from the conversation around the budget next week is relief and help for students in particular. We've seen the cost of living increase significantly in the country, and while keeping the low and middle tax offset or bringing in stage 3 tax cuts is going to help higher earners, not much is being done to support students who still have to live off the same levels of youth allowance, but are also struggling to meet these rising costs of living.
Possibly absent in public dispatches so far. That much is true. Janine Perrott, where will your eagle eye be looking on Tuesday night, particularly around this cost of living pressure? How's that going to be targeted, do you think?
Leaks we have these days, the whole budget seems to be I don't know why they bother locking the journalists up, but I'll be looking for anything that's not in the budget, that's not been leaked beforehand, because so much of it is coming out, and this is an election budget. It's a political document as much this time. So I'll be watching to see what else they're going to come up with. The $250 cost of living, we used to call it inflation. A whole generation doesn't know about that, but it's coming back, people. That is just a bribe. It's going to hit, I notice it's going to hit bank accounts, they said, a week before whenever the election is, but it will be before the election, which makes you wonder, why would you vote? Maybe it should be at the week after. But interesting, given the stories this week, that the $800 bonus for aged care workers has not hit 90% of them after a number of months. But obviously this $250 one-off will be done quickly. But let's face it, the only thing that will work for pensioners, though rising interest rates might help them. The big thing that Labor can argue is the only thing that's going to help us, the cost of living increases over years, is not a one-off payment, but higher wages.
Right, and Matthew, a bribe, says Janine, but here's the thing, do they work politically? Is it likely to work? We know what the desired effect is meant to be. If you're pushing that much cash out the door, what difference does it make?
Obviously, it can work if you're a swinging voter who's not that interested in politics. This is something that can get your attention. But I think in the current climate, it's going to be very difficult to shift the government's fortunes by handing out a little bit of cash. This government's obviously in its 3rd term and looking to go into a 4th. So people are very familiar with it. It's hard to excite people when you've been around that long. This is an issue that governments of all persuasions come up against. Coming out of the pandemic and with the war in Ukraine, I think it's going to be hard for these individual measures to cut through and change people's minds when they've had so long to make up their minds about whether they want to see a fourth term of a coalition government.
You make it sound, Matthew, almost as if this is irrecoverable. Not asking you to make a prediction, but there's a lot of that talk going on in the analysis, isn't there?
Yes, no, that's not the prediction. This is very much based on the polls and the feeling that you get talking to people in politics on both sides. Yeah, it would take something pretty dramatic to shift what we're seeing in the underlying dynamics of politics right now.
Yep. Amy, what did South Australians tell us about the mood of the nation? They did tell us that the polls were, roughly speaking, or almost precisely on the money. What do you reckon they also told us that you'd be watching closely federally if you were Scott Morrison or Anthony Albanese?
First of all, the Lithuanian takeover of Australian politics has begun in earnest, and as a Lithuanian Australian, thrilled by that. There's two lines of commentary here. One, that Peter Malinauskis isn't your average leader. He's young, he's engaging, he had a very strong message, and Anthony Albanese is not that person, is what some commentators are saying. Others are saying that the federal Liberals would be, you know, pretty stupid not to take some of the lessons from South Australia, and that is, as Matt was just saying, people are pretty tired of governments at the moment. It was the first post-COVID election when we saw a leader lose. Stephen Marshall's government had its own issues, particularly around health and people dying waiting for ambulances. But overall, when I've been speaking to people from South Australia, and shout out to all my Mount Gambian relatives.
Go right ahead.
Oh,
Lithuanians, Mount
Lithuania,
Gambians,
like, you know,
it.
this is my ballpark. They are tired and they want to see a change. And so while Scott Morrison may say that Anthony Albanese is no Peter Malinauskis, neither is Scott Morrison, and that's a very important point.
Justine, your take on the South Australian result. Is there cause for nervousness? I mean, what we're talking about here is a Morrison or a coalition government, currently led by Scott Morrison, of 9 years of age. Stephen Marshall's only 3. The parallels aren't obvious at that level, but something's going on among the minds of voters out there.
Look, I think that we so often want to look at what's going on in a state election and think that that is like a micro version of what's going to happen at a federal election. I think I agree with everything that Amy has said so far. I would just add that at a federal level, we have so many things going on in this election that are quite unprecedented. Sorry to bring that word up. I know we're all tired of it, but we have a huge number of independent candidates backed by Climate 200 that are challenging a number of Liberal seats. We have we have the United Australia Party promising to spend an unprecedented amount of money on advertising, and we know from Labor's own post-election post-mortem last time around that that had an impact on them. So I think that it's too soon to say whether or not this is going to be any firm indication of what's going to happen federally. And also, there's so many things that could still come out in the next couple of weeks as campaigning properly kicks off. So I would be reluctant to say that this is a sure indication of anything to come.
No, fair enough. It's good to be prudent, Janine, in making predictions or even saying things that might later be interpreted by others as predictions. But just to round out the South Australian element, what caught your eye there as you watched the pretty rapid-fire fall of the Marshall government last Saturday night?
Yes, it was quick. Style over substance, sometimes you wonder. It was a very effective marketing campaign by the opposition to get into power, but lucky Libs have Scotty for marketing, so that won't be a worry. I think there were a lot of really local issues that were being played up at the time. I was in Adelaide the week before the election, and there was a lot of other issues. The timing close to this election, I guess, is what gives people pause for thought. But remember, Dan Andrews won a landslide, and then Scott Morrison came back and won too. So that was more a protest over Malcolm Turnbull. But, yeah, you can't always translate what happens in local politics. I think the bigger issue is what Matt touched on, and anything can happen with what we're seeing playing out in Europe. One bomb goes awry, Chernobyl melts down, something that leads us to world uncertainty and a panic, or a stock market has held up, but if it got jittery, there's a lot of other things that can happen that you just don't see, which is why we shouldn't call elections this early.
Yeah, no, very safe conclusion to reach there. Matthew, not deals made in politics are strictly meant to be honoured. So can we and should we firmly credit Jackie Lambie for the New Zealand refugee resettlement deal that was announced yesterday? There does seem a very straight line of causation between what happened with her 2 years ago and the announcement yesterday.
It does seem from what she's saying that she did play an important part in it. This was all very mysterious and murky at the time with the Medevac legislation, what was actually going on and what was being promised and traded away. So I'm sure that was a part of it, but also on the other hand, I think the fact this is being announced just before an election, I don't think the government would be doing it if they thought it was a big vote loser. As has been mentioned, you know, there's a big battle going on in some of these more moderate, traditionally Liberal seats where it's popular now to be doing something about getting people off offshore detention. So the politics of this issue has changed a bit, and the government wouldn't be doing it if they thought it was going to be a vote loser right now. So I think the fact that we've got an election coming up is also important, as well as what was promised to Jackie Lambie a few years ago.
I've seen you nodding there, Justine, in some form of agreement with Matt. Do you think the politics of the electorate have shifted on asylum seeker and refugee issues, and that for some reason the coalition is now getting that?
I think that it is an opportune time. I completely agree to be announcing this policy. I think that one of the key things to point out about this policy is that yes, it's a nice thing to announce, but at the end of the day, it's not enough. Like, we have heard from multiple people who work in the space that there are over 1,000 people seeking asylum in this country, or refugees who have been in offshore detention. This policy will help only 450 of them. That is a huge disparity and a lot of uncertainty for those other people who don't have a clear pathway to settling in Australia. I think that we need to think about this policy quite cynically, think about how it is benefiting the government, as was said, in those socially progressive electorates that might be held by the Liberal Party, kind of softening the blow on their immigration policies and treatment of asylum seekers and refugees. But I think at the end of the day, we also should remember that Australia isn't really taking on this humanitarian effort where we're basically, giving it to another country and doing kind of the bare minimum in the process. So I don't know if voters will be too won over by it anyway.
Well, in fact, we would need to find greater resettlement agreements with a larger number of nations if all refugees are to move on, Amy. But just on that trade-off, what's attributable to Jackie Lambie? What might the government have arrived at independently anyway? Where do you stand on that?
This has been something that's been in the works for 9 years. It's been 9 years since New Zealand first offered to take the refugees that Australia was rejecting and locking up. The big sticking point with it, of course, was that the government did not want to use the New Zealand no visa system. They didn't want people who had become New Zealand citizens and had been denied refugee status in Australia being able to travel to Australia without a visa. That's been the big sticking point. Karen Andrews says that's not going to happen, but New Zealand, of course, had been saying that they weren't going to set up a different visa system, that you weren't going to have different classes of New Zealand citizens. So this has obviously been in the works for a very long time. Jackie Lambie is adamant and says that she has the proof, or the Prime Minister has the proof, that this was part of the deal, but it still took 2 years, and it's being announced just before an election. We know that those inner city Liberals are starting to worry. We know that because they're taking on the They Vote For You website to try and clean up their voting records on certain issues as well. So there's obviously polling showing it is an issue. Whether it's going to change people's minds or not, I'm not sure about that.
No, the proof will be in the pudding there. Janine, why don't I get you to kick off on another question to do with machine politics. Both Labor and Liberal have had some problems securing candidates into particularly important seats. Labor, most recently, is embarking on a round of pre-selections that should be settled next week. Looks like happening on Tuesday. But the biggest name in the frame there is Andrew Charlton and the seat of Parramatta. Some criticism or blowback from local members in the ALP about a guy from the east going west. But does Parliament need more accomplished, well-credentialed candidates like Andrew Charlton to be parachuted into seats?
Does Parliament need more economists? Well,
very good question.
Look, he is an excellent credentialed candidate, as you say, but it does negate some of the attack that Labor could run, that they were running enough women, that they were parachuting in white males from the east. Exactly the same argument. In fact, Andrew Charlton was the consulting firm. We had another case in one of the Lib pre-selections where it was a white male consulting firm. So it just means that they're all about equal on this. But the argument is Parramatta will then get somebody who should, by rights, be able to get into cabinet a lot more quickly. That's usually the argument for this. But the fact that we're talking about this pre-selections the week before we think the election's going to be announced, I think both sides have some problems on this. So it'll be interesting to see what Labor does to trot out some other candidates to maybe offset this. But on paper, great candidate.
Yeah, you're right. There are some opportunities to balance those out when they fill the dance card completely. I might bring Justine and Matt in on the question of the withering of the woke appeal. We're seeing Anthony Albanese and Scott Morrison both trying to distance themselves from this phenomenon a little. Why is that, Matthew Knott?
Yes, woke is one of those buzzwords. It was political correctness a few years ago. Now we don't talk about that. We talk about woke that's kind of taken on a life of its own, and no one can really define what it means without getting down into specifics of what we're talking about. Is it about trans rights, of feminism, gay rights? It's kind of become meaningless as a term. It just means out on the left. And so for Anthony Albanese to say that quite deliberately on the front page of the Daily Telegraph, which is really well read in Western Sydney, I think that is a smart thing politically for him to be doing, to try and make himself relatable to these voters. It is an authentic thing for him, although he is from the Labor left and he's always had progressive views. He's always been very keen to go out and speak to people who other people in Labor may not want to. Like he was going on Andrew Bolt's show when no one else in the Labor Party would. He will go on 2GB, conservative talkback radio. So he's always taken pride in being able to go places that other people won't.
Right.
And so he hasn't said anything specifically on any issue that will annoy people within Labor. He's just sending a message to more conservative voters that he's a mainstream person and he's not going to be obsessed with virtue signalling, as people will say.
Right, Amy, we'll get back to Justine on this, but is that authentic? Of course, politicians need to talk to particular sections of the community at this time, but can Albo pull that off?
Yeah, look, I wasn't rolling my eyes at Matt there. I was just rolling my eyes at this whole conversation because it's so ridiculous. I mean, like, anyone who uses woke as a pejorative term is an idiot. Like, they're an idiot. It's such a ridiculous side issue. Caring about people is not something to be ashamed of. And then, yet that's what we've turned this into politically. And so I just hate this entire argument. I hate that we're having to talk about it a week out from an election, because the things that really matter to people is nothing about what's on the front page of the Daily Telegraph or Joe Hildebrand is writing about. It's about cost of living. It's about getting people to, like, you get through education, making sure their health system is okay. But instead, we have the leader of the opposition standing up saying, I'm not woke, so that people will vote for him. It's so stupid.
Pop journalism, do you reckon, Justine? Amy's pretty critical, obviously.
No, I'm critical too. I completely agree. I would like to acknowledge the fact that it is just bizarre that both the Prime Minister and the mainstream media are using this term this week. It comes from African-American vernacular English. It's black slang. It's being co-opted and misappropriated and then weaponized, particularly by right-wing media. And so the fact that this has become the battleground is just a depressing sign of where we're at. I would say, though, that I disagree with it being necessarily a smart move politically, because I think that the signal that it is sending to particularly people who care about social issues and have championed them, particularly issues like going against homophobia and transphobia and sexism and racism. These are issues that have really been vocalised and championed by young Australians in particular, not exclusively. And we've had multiple people write into the show this week, the podcast, saying that they feel uninspired by both political leaders following this saga that unfolded. I think that one of the criticisms that has been levied the most against Anthony Albanese is that he has not been the most aggressive or effective opposition leader, and I don't think it's a good look for him to come out at the end of the week sounding like the Prime Minister.
All right. Janine Perrott, why don't we move on to a significant departure from the sporting scene this week? And I'm going to ask each of you sort of a double-barrel question. What do we think of Ash Barty and the manner of her departure? And what personally did you ever leave on a high? And I am not, I just want to clarify this, I am not asking about some seedy bar late at night.
Why would you mention
I'll have to leave right now. I'm sorry. I'll have to log on.
Okay. start with the class act, not the seedy bar, and that's Ash Barty. Really, really classy the way she goes out at the top. She didn't just, imagine it in a podcast and say, oh, that's what I'm doing. She'd been planning this for a long time. The Australian Open was a bonus for her. So I thought she did it really well. But I guess like every Australian, very sad. But good to see her go out on top. I was thinking about what you said. We journalists are people that have to get off with the hook. But I think probably my late 20s, I was in the New York bureau of News Limited at The Australian. And I'd been there 4 years and thought, I'm starting to sound like all the old foreign correspondents being jaded, so I'm going to quit while I'm still excited about it.
Sounds like a good time to pull the pin. Janine, Matt?
So very sad. Ash was a person who's brought us all together. I know living overseas for the past few years, I got such a kick out of getting up early in the morning to watch her win Wimbledon, and it made me feel really connected to being back in Australia. But I just admire her so much for doing this, because, you do come up in times in your life when you get caught in thinking, is this something that I really want to do, or am I just doing this for other people, or because this is the path I set myself on years ago? And for her to have the self-awareness to stop and say, I don't need all the money and the fame and the recognition that comes with this is incredible. In terms of going out high, the thing I thought of was that in the end of high school, I did quite a lot of serious maths at school to try and get into university, and then I've used almost none of it ever since, and I've tried to avoid it wherever possible.
I find that incredibly impressive as an innumerate journalist. I do. Look, we're going to really struggle to get final reflections from Justine and Amy, but Amy, I might give the honours to you very quickly, either picking up the second part of the question or the first. Ash Barty, or your moment on a high?
Oh, Ash Barty, everything's been said. She's incredible. My moment on a high is I too gave up tennis at the peak of my career. I just feel I'd be naturally amazing at it. Played it once, drunk, won, never played it again. Yeah,
I reckon that's going up. What do they say? You're only as good as your last game.
Your last story.
Amy Ramikas always knows how to finish on a high note. She's done that just here on Friday Briefing. Thanks so much for joining us, all of you. Amy Ramikas, Justine Landis-Hanley, Matthew Knott and Janine Perrott, showcasing all the versatility of our beautiful studio in large form. That is Friday Briefing for this week. We'll be back on Monday.
What is the effect of telling and hearing diverse stories?
The mood, obviously, of Ukrainians has been changing kind of dramatically.
The world needs to act now.
Houses and locations that have never flooded before are flooding.
Get a different perspective.
Look at this panel. This is a dream come true, this panel.
On the stories of the day.
I found the last 10 minutes of this show pretty extraordinary.
Just stand there and do that. It all counts.
The Drum, weeknights on ABC TV and ABC iView.
It doesn't change who you are.
The Prime Minister told Parliament he had been
justice and humanity.
Is DW News live from Berlin. Russia signals it may shift its war aims in Ukraine. A senior Russian military official says the first stage of its campaign is complete and that Moscow would now focus on eastern Ukraine. This comes as Ukrainian forces recapture territory near Kyiv. Also coming up, Biden in Poland. The U.S. president visits the NATO ally and meets with American troops stationed near the border with Ukraine. He's coming off a trip to Brussels, where he announced an energy deal with the European Union. And the Fridays for Future movement takes to the streets with protests across the globe. We'll look at the link between the climate crisis and the war in Ukraine. I'm Abby Corvas, and welcome to the program. As Russia says it's completed its first phase of this war, the Ukrainian military is pushing Moscow's troops back and retaking territory around the capital. The United Kingdom says Ukraine has reclaimed several towns near Kyiv. Still, more civilian deaths have been confirmed. Local officials in Mariupol say 300 people died in the Russian attack on a theater last week. The Russian word for children appeared outside the theater in hopes of preventing an attack. The city has been among the hardest hit so far.
Mariupol in eastern Ukraine has come to symbolize the devastation Russian bombardment has wrought.
Most of the city has seen terrible destruction. People trapped here struggle to find food or water. Ukrainian officials now believe some 300 people could have died in last week's strike on a theater there. Hundreds had been seeking shelter in the building when it was leveled by a Russian bomb. Here in Mykolaiv, near the Black Sea, a rocket hit Tatiana's building. Her neighbors were killed. Her home is now wrecked, but she is staying put. We will stay in Mykolaiv and will be here until the end. I will go back to work. My company is still operating. I hope to carry on working. But while Russia keeps bombing from afar, its advance into Ukraine's main cities has mostly stalled. Ukrainian forces are pushing back. On the front line in Irpin, just outside the capital Kyiv, Ukrainian forces have repelled the Russians with a series of counterattacks, as this commander explains.
The Russians don't have the combat power. My men are hitting their supplies, and in Kyiv, armed citizens would be shooting from every window and door.
Ukraine's defenses are holding. Vladimir Putin's hopes of a lightning-quick war dashed. But this battle comes at a high price, especially for human lives. It's hard to verify how many people have been killed in this war. In a crematorium in Kyiv, dozens of urns lay unclaimed. The relatives of the dead have fled, and they had to leave their loved ones' remains behind.
Joining us now is DW correspondent Nick Connolly, who's in the Ukrainian capital. Nick, what more can you tell us about the situation in Kyiv right now?
Well, we have spent most of today indoors, but there's just been an alert, bombing raid alert after bombing raid alert. And this time, actually, the bangs seem to be a lot closer and a lot louder than they had been in previous weeks. That doesn't mean the Russians are any closer, quite the opposite, but they are seemingly upping this tactic of trying to shoot at even the center of Kyiv from afar, from those positions where they still are about 25 kilometers away from the center of the city. Lots of that noise is also Ukrainian anti-aircraft systems trying to shoot down missiles or other projectiles heading our way, but it certainly was very jarring today. It was actually a beautiful day, and in recent days there had been the sense that people were kind of getting used to war after a month. They were somehow adapting to it. The people who've decided to stay somehow finding a way to live with it, and were coming out onto the streets in greater numbers than we'd seen before. And then suddenly these bangs that felt very present and very close suddenly bring that reality back to people's minds.
Nick, Russia now says the first phase of this war is mostly complete. Is there an indication that they're going to change tactics here? What do you think?
Well, this sounds a lot like brave talk from Moscow to try and distract from Russia's military failures in this. If you remember, at the beginning of this campaign, they were pretty bombastic in their aims, talking about denazifying Ukraine, whatever that means, about basically returning Ukraine to Russia's sphere of influence and basically doing away with Ukraine's sovereignty as a nation. That was essentially what they were saying. Vladimir Putin, again and again, basically talking about Ukraine as a fake nation, a nation that's been dreamt up by Western powers trying to weaken Russia. Now they're obviously dialing down on their demands, dialing down on their aims to then be able to potentially explain to their population why less has been achieved. But I think people here in Ukraine don't really believe these words from Moscow. They are convinced this is just tacticking. This is a way to maybe try and distract, maybe to prevent further Western sanctions, to buy some time before those Russian troops here in Ukraine can be supplied with more supplies and to carry on this war. There isn't really the sense, at least from the Ukrainian side, that the Russians are genuinely willing to cut their losses in any meaningful way.
Let's look at the military situation on the ground for a moment. Western intelligence says, and they've been saying this for a few days now, that the Russian offensive appears to have stalled with little gains towards the capital, and that Ukrainian forces are now retaking some areas around that capital. This war has not been going according to Putin's plans for some time.
Well, definitely, and I think there was also extraordinary hubris on the Russian side, the belief that Ukraine would just collapse under pressure from Russia, that the leadership, that Ukraine's democratically elected President Zelensky would just run and leave Kiev undefended, that Ukraine's army wouldn't be able to fight or would fight as badly and as